The ancient city of Jerusalem, having endured a ferocious assault, lay shrouded in a haze of smoke and the lingering scent of incense, its venerable stones still radiating the heat from the siege that had brutally wrested it from its previous custodians. It was the scorching summer of 1099, a pivotal moment when the First Crusade concluded with a stark dichotomy of triumphant victory and unimaginable horror. Through the blood-stained thoroughfares, devout wayfarers and hardened warriors alike moved with hushed reverence, their whispered supplications intertwining with the mournful cries of the survivors and the resonant chants of priests who solemnly raised crosses above the widespread devastation. Yet, from within this maelstrom of destruction and despair, an unprecedented ideal began to take form. It was not a concept rooted in further conquest, but rather in the profound responsibility of guardianship. A small, disparate band of knights, their souls weary from the ceaseless bloodshed, yet driven by an unyielding sense of duty, committed themselves to a mission that transcended the conventional bounds of chivalric honor. Their lives, they vowed, would not be pledged to earthly kingdoms or glittering crowns, but to a sacred, overarching cause, the protection of the faithful who bravely embarked on the perilous journey to Jerusalem. These were not regal monarchs, nor were they canonized saints. They were simply men, forged of sword and shield, their gazes still haunted by the unspeakable horrors they had witnessed. Nevertheless, in the profound stillness that descended after the clangor of battle, as flickering torchlight danced against the shattered ramparts of the holy city, these men felt an inexplicable stirring deep within their very beings. It was as if the very land itself had singled them out, murmuring promises of profound mysteries yet to be unveiled. Jerusalem, through countless epochs, had consistently served as a nexus where disparate worlds converged. Beneath its ancient cobblestones lay interred layer upon layer of forgotten empires, the mighty Babylonian, the vast Persian, the intellectual Greek, and the powerful Roman. Some hushed whispers suggested that even deeper, beneath the hallowed ground of the Temple Mount, the very foundations of Solomon's fabled temple concealed treasures of such magnitude that no earthly king had ever beheld them. The knights, enveloped in their contemplative silence, began to ponder whether their true calling was merely to safeguard pilgrims, or if destiny, in its grand design, had positioned them precisely here, at the very spiritual navel of the world. The initial waves of crusaders had journeyed for the allure of glory and the promise of spiritual absolution. However, these particular knights sought something far quieter, something more enduring and profound. They had observed countless relics paraded through the city streets, reputed splinters of the true cross, revered bones of saints. But an intuition, deep and compelling, suggested to them that even greater, more significant relics lay dormant, untouched by any priestly hand. At this nascent stage, they did not yet bear the illustrious name of Templars, nor did they proudly display the iconic red cross upon their surcoats. Such distinctions would emerge later, after solemn vows had been articulated and a definitive set of rules meticulously inscribed. For the present, they moved like spectral shadows through the fire-illuminated ruins, propelled by a purpose they were only just beginning to grasp. Beyond the city's precarious walls, the vast, desolate desert stretched without end, its profound silence punctuated only by the rhythmic beating of wings, as vultures circled patiently above the very ground where mighty armies had once marched. Yet, within the confines of Jerusalem, inside half-ruined chapels and intimate candle-lit chambers, the foundational threads of an extraordinary oath were being meticulously woven. The knights convened in utmost secrecy, not within the opulent halls of feudal lords, but in the immediate vicinity of the sacred Temple Mount itself. There they offered their prayers by torchlight, their hands resting upon the hilts of their swords, solemnly swearing not to pursue worldly wealth or territorial dominion, but instead to dedicate themselves to guarding, to searching, and to keeping whatever profound discoveries they might make safe from the grasp of both infidel and king alike. The powerful church in Rome, at this early juncture, acknowledged their mission with little more than polite, somewhat dismissive nods. Few among the ecclesiastical hierarchy at the time truly comprehended the immense depth of this nascent undertaking. Yet the men themselves profoundly felt the immense weight of their sacred vow. Their singular purpose was not born of any formal papal decree, but rather of something far more ancient, far more profound. The subtle whispers from the very stones beneath their feet, the resonant echo of long-departed prophets, and perhaps even the guiding hand of an inscrutable destiny. As night fell, and Jerusalem settled into an uneasy slumber beneath the dominion of its new foreign rulers, the knights would often traverse the hallowed ruins of the temple. They listened intently to the wind, which funneled through the broken arches with an eerie sigh, sounding uncannily like distant, ethereal voices. Some among them claimed to discern fragments of ancient, forgotten chants. Others spoke of vivid dreams that recurred night after night, visions of mysterious stairways descending deep into the earth, of ancient scrolls meticulously wrapped in gleaming gold, and of profound secrets carried not within ornate chalices, but within the very essence of blood itself. The omnipresent ashes of Jerusalem, rather than stifling their nascent faith, served instead to intensely fuel it. Here, amidst such profound devastation, these knights perceived the astonishing possibility of rebirth, of an order bound not by transient land or earthly lineage, but by something far more elusive, profound knowledge, unwavering guardianship, and the protection of truths deemed too dangerous for even the most powerful of kings. The city had now fallen into a deceptive quiet, but within that very stillness, something entirely new and momentous had been set into motion. An order was gradually taking shape, its roots already deeply embedded in soil stained by centuries of relentless struggle and sacrifice. No one beyond their tightly knit circle could possibly fathom that these men, so few in number, would eventually burgeon into the most feared and profoundly mysterious brotherhood of their entire age. And beneath the very stones of Jerusalem, older than any crusade, older even than the grandeur of Rome, the ancient past patiently awaited their hands to finally uncover its hidden revelations. The years that immediately followed the momentous conquest of Jerusalem proved to be fraught with unease, characterized by a precarious balance of hard-won triumph and inherent fragility. The nascent Crusader states, painstakingly carved from blood and sand, stood like vulnerable fortresses, perpetually encircled on every side by hostile kingdoms that vehemently resisted their very presence. Still, devout pilgrims continued their arduous journeys, traversing vast oceans and unforgiving deserts, driven by an unshakable yearning to touch the very stones where Christ himself had walked. Tragically, many never reached their sacred destination. The roads teemed with ruthless raiders. The untamed wildernesses harbored countless dangers, and the immensely long path from the distant lands of Europe to the Holy Land was all too often paved with profound grief. It was within this profoundly uncertain and perilous era that 9 distinct knights formally bound themselves together, forging an unbreakable covenant. These were men of noble birth, yet possessed of an irrepressible, restless spirit, their names now recorded only in scattered fragments of ancient parchment, their lives already half-shrouded by a veil of profound secrecy. They solemnly vowed to relinquish their worldly riches, to renounce all personal ambition, and to embrace a life of austerity and poverty even more severe than that practiced by many monks. Their overarching cause was not to conquer new territories or expand existing kingdoms, but rather to safeguard the fragile lifeblood of faith, the intrepid pilgrims who dared to undertake the perilous journey. 9 men, a mere 9 individuals, a number far too small, it seemed, to effectively secure a single road, let alone defend an entire empire. And yet, within that seemingly insignificant number, there resided a strange, mystical completeness. 9 was traditionally considered the number of celestial spheres, the sacred circles of angels, and the mystic patterns whispered by ancient sages in distant, forgotten lands. To the knights themselves, this profound number inextricably bound them in an unbreakable unity, forming a sacred circle through which no oath once spoken could ever be broken. They sought the formal blessing of Baldwin II, the reigning king of Jerusalem, who, in a gesture of recognition, granted them quarters directly on the sacred Temple Mount itself. There, amidst the venerable ruins that had once been the magnificent domain of King Solomon and King Herod, these knights began to take root. Their lodgings were exceedingly humble, their material means almost non-existent. They frequently begged for sustenance like common mendicants, and when their armor grew thin and worn, they meticulously patched it themselves. Later chroniclers would eloquently describe them as men of extraordinary austerity, riding not in splendid procession, but often two to a single humble horse. Yet their profound poverty was not a sign of weakness. Rather, it served as a strategic shield and a veil of smoke, cunningly concealing a far deeper, more profound purpose. For while they were publicly perceived by the wider world as mere guardians of roads and valiant defenders of pilgrims, hushed rumors soon began to circulate that their intense gaze was fixed upon something far more significant, something concealed directly beneath their very feet. Within the ancient vaults and profound foundations of the temple, they lingered far longer than any knight's ordinary duty would typically require. What, precisely, were they so intently seeking? Some whispered that they hunted for Solomon's legendary treasure, believed to have been hidden for centuries. Others claimed they meticulously searched for lost scriptures, profound knowledge forgotten even by the venerable rabbis of the city. Still others fervently believed they were on a quest for sacred relics of Christ himself, perhaps even the elusive Holy Grail. But to the 9 knights, this enigmatic quest was spoken of only in fervent prayer and profound silence. Whatever profound secrets they sought, they were not merely treasures of gold, but of ancient wisdom, perhaps even of sacred bloodlines and ancient covenants long concealed from human sight. The Church would, at a later date, formally grant them a definitive rule, a comprehensive code of conduct meticulously penned by Bernard of Clairvaux, the fiery abbot whose eloquent words possessed the power to stir entire armies to action. But in these initial formative years, Their true rule was far simpler, etched not on fragile parchment, but deep within the very marrow of their bones. To steadfastly adhere to their sacred vow, to guard one another as true brothers, and to scrupulously keep in profound silence what the world was not yet prepared to comprehend. At night, the hallowed Temple Mount would grow utterly silent, the sprawling city below cloaked in darkness, save for a scattering of flickering torches. The 9 knights would gather in hushed, whispered councils, their hands resting upon their swords, which lay across ancient stone tables. They did not speak idly. Each word was carefully weighed with the solemnity of an unbreakable oath. To some, they candidly admitted the profound dangers inherent in their extraordinary calling. To others, they confided dreams that seemed far more than mere dreams, vivid visions of hidden chambers opening deep beneath the earth, of a mysterious light that burned without any discernible fire, of voices that were neither wholly human nor entirely angelic. The rule of 9 was not merely a strict discipline, it was prophecy in the making. A brotherhood born in profound secrecy, its roots firmly embedded in ancient ruins, observed by kings, yet truly understood by none. Their apparent poverty made them seem harmless, their humility readily dismissed by powerful lords. And yet, within their silent shadow, a new, formidable power was steadily forming, an order bound not to earthly kings or to ecclesiastical priests, but to the very hidden, sacred heart of Jerusalem itself. The bustling streets of the city knew remarkably little of these 9 enigmatic knights, who moved with such profound silence. But deep within their resolute hearts, a potent seed had been planted, one that, in the fullness of time, would burgeon into a vast and fearsome tree, its roots stretching far beyond the confines of the Holy Land, its formidable branches reaching even into the farthest, most obscure corners of the known world. For now they were only 9, but destiny had already chosen them as the unwavering keepers of something far greater than themselves, something that the powerful church itself might one day strive desperately to forget. The Temple Mount stood majestically like a crown of ancient stone above the city of Jerusalem, its venerable walls scarred by countless battles yet remarkably unbroken. A silent monument far older than the city's newest conquerors. To the throngs of devout pilgrims, it was unequivocally sacred ground, the very hallowed place where King Solomon had once raised his magnificent temple, where prophets of old had spoken their profound truths, and where Christ himself had walked the earth. But to the 9 enigmatic knights who had chosen to dwell within its ancient shadows, it was far more than merely holy. It was a complex labyrinth, a mystical threshold between disparate worlds, a profound riddle meticulously carved in stone that persistently begged to be solved. By day, these dedicated individuals diligently executed their responsibilities as guardians. They meticulously escorted wayfarers along perilous routes, vigilantly patrolled the expansive network of roads, and extended what succor they could to the impoverished. Yet, as evening descended, and the city's vibrant clamor subsided into a hushed stillness, their focus subtly shifted. Within the labyrinthine tunnels where no pious pilgrim ever trod, the faint glow of their lanterns danced, painting elongated, spectral shadows across ancient dust and fragments of shattered stone. It was here, deep beneath the venerable temple, that their true quest unfolded. The extant chronicles remain conspicuously reticent regarding the precise nature of their aspirations, and even more so concerning their actual discoveries. Nevertheless, murmurs of extraordinary findings began to circulate even within their lifetimes. Some whispered that the knights had delved profoundly beneath the sacred mount, meticulously prying open secret chambers that had lain hermetically sealed since the epoch of King Solomon. Others contended that they had unearthed venerable scrolls, inscribed in enigmatic tongues far predating the familiar scripts of Greek or Hebrew, replete with intricate celestial diagrams and hallowed names that even the most audacious priests would scarcely dare to articulate. A select few, emboldened by their conviction, even dared to suggest the tangible relics of the Ark of the Covenant itself, its sacred staves, its inscribed tablets, perhaps even luminous fragments of its divine glory, had been glimpsed by Templar eyes. The veracity of these captivating rumors, however, finds no confirmation in any surviving historical record. And yet, in the wake of these clandestine nocturnal endeavors, a series of peculiar and undeniable signs began to manifest. The knights, who had once embraced a life of austere poverty, now found themselves inexplicably attracting a burgeoning tide of benefactors from across the breadth of Europe. Illustrious nobles willingly entrusted them with vast tracts of fertile lands, while powerful kings bestowed upon them an array of invaluable favors. Pilgrims, too, lauded their enigmatic efficacy, attributing to them a mysterious power that seemed to guide their fortunes. It was as though unseen, benevolent forces were meticulously orchestrating their prosperity, as if some profound, ancient energy emanated from the very bedrock beneath the temple, flowing directly into the lives of its devoted guardians. Within the cool, silent embrace of the subterranean stone vaults, the knights would reverently kneel, their heavy armor carefully set aside, their bare hands resting in communion upon the cool, ancient earth. Some speculative accounts suggested that their supplications extended beyond the conventional prayers to Christ. Rather, they appealed to an even more primordial wisdom, to the formidable God who manifested in fire and thunder upon Mount Sinai, to the profound, whispered mysteries that had permeated the deserts long before the rise of mighty Rome. Their customary silence deepened, becoming almost palpable, and their gazes grew increasingly distant, imbued with a profound introspection. Those few individuals who witnessed their return from these secretive vigils invariably observed a palpable transformation in their bearing, a newfound serenity, yet paradoxically, an unwavering resolve, as though they had been granted a fleeting glimpse of a truth so immense, so awe-inspiring, that it defied all verbal articulation. It is plausible that they chanced upon venerable scrolls meticulously hidden by priests who had fled the ravages of Babylon. Perhaps they painstakingly unearthed esoteric knowledge carefully preserved and transmitted by the Essenes or by the vigilant custodians of forgotten ancient sects. Or it is even conceivable that they discovered records pointing eastward, towards distant lands redolent with the exotic aromas of silk and spice, where profound, ancient wisdom continued to flourish, entirely unburdened by the doctrinal strictures and pervasive influence of the Church. Whatever tangible artifacts they touched, whatever profound insights they assimilated, these discoveries forged an indissoluble bond among them, a pact of secrecy far more profound than any formal vow, deeper even than the sacred ties of brotherhood. The very edifice of the temple itself seemed to possess a living presence, a subtle rhythmic breathing that resonated around them. Legends circulated that its ancient stones would emit a resonant, almost melodious hum when struck, and its hidden chambers were said to subtly shift and rearrange themselves, much like elusive echoes within a dream. On more than one occasion, devout pilgrims recounted tales of discerning faint, ethereal lights flickering within its windows during the deepest hours of the night, despite the absence of any burning candles. Others reported hearing strange, harmonious melodies carried aloft on the nocturnal wind, as if the sacred mount itself were wistfully recalling an ancient, forgotten song from ages long past. For those 9 enigmatic nights, Jerusalem had transcended its identity as a mere city. It had become a profound gateway, and they, its chosen, vigilant guardians. The true treasures they earnestly sought were not merely inert relics of wood and stone, but rather profound, transformative truths, capable of fundamentally reshaping the very foundations of faith itself. Yet they fully comprehended the inherent peril. To openly disclose such monumental findings would inevitably evoke not widespread reverence, but rather pervasive fear. Fear would grip kings, who would perceive their temporal power subtly eroding. Fear would seize priests, who would witness their ecclesiastical authority gravely threatened. Consequently, they maintained an absolute, unwavering silence. The extraordinary treasures concealed beneath the temple would not be paraded in open procession, nor would they be ostentatiously displayed upon sacred altars. Instead, they would be meticulously guarded in profound secrecy, entrusted to the fragile vessel of memory, whispered only in the most confidential counsel, and carefully hidden away until the world was truly prepared to receive them, or conversely, until the world had utterly forgotten their existence. Above them, the vibrant city of Jerusalem pulsed with life and trepidation. Merchants engaged in lively trade, priests chanted their ancient liturgies, and soldiers marched with disciplined precision. But below, in the profound stillness of the earth and ancient stone, the knights systematically uncovered tantalizing fragments of something eternal, an immutable essence that would irrevocably shape the destiny of their burgeoning order and continue to haunt the very fabric of the church for countless centuries to come. The profound secrets harbored within the temple did not exclusively belong to a single faith or a particular nation. They belonged, in essence, to the entire world, to all intrepid souls who dared to seek them. And in that pivotal moment, those 9 knights transcended their original role as mere guardians of pilgrims. They became the solemn keepers of profound mysteries, mysteries that, once awakened, would inevitably ripple across vast continents, simultaneously inspiring both profound wonder and unsettling dread. The monumental discoveries unearthed beneath the hallowed Temple Mount imposed a profound and weighty burden upon the 9 original knights. Their sacred oath extended far beyond the simple protection of pious pilgrims. They had, quite unexpectedly, stumbled upon disparate fragments of an infinitely older and more intricate puzzle, constituent pieces of an epic narrative scattered across uncounted centuries and myriad kingdoms. The ancient parchments and enigmatic relics whispered alluringly of a vast and expansive world that stretched far beyond the familiar confines of Christendom, hinting at distant lands where profound wisdom and diverse forms of faith had flourished with vibrant intensity long before the advent of the Crusades or the construction of Europe's grand cathedrals. During those pivotal years, An incessant stream of merchants and intrepid travelers poured into Jerusalem, their caravans laden with shimmering silks, exotic spices, and gleaming jewels. They journeyed from the bustling souks of Damascus, from the ancient port city of Antioch, from the vibrant maritime hubs of Alexandria, and from fabled cities bearing names like Samarkand, Bukhara, and Kashgar. These adventurers carried not only their precious wares, but also a rich tapestry of rumors, captivating stories of sprawling empires that extended far beyond the visible horizon, where majestic rivers, wider than any known in Europe, shimmered like polished mirrors beneath alien skies. The astute knights listened intently, their ears perked, whether amidst the clamor of the vibrant marketplaces or within the hushed sanctity of quiet chambers illuminated by the gentle glow of oil lamps. They leaned in closely as the seasoned traders eloquently spoke of the distant East. They heard mesmerizing tales of remote kingdoms where venerable Buddhist monks meticulously guarded ancient scrolls, predating even the founding of Rome itself, where brilliant Persian astronomers charted the intricate movements of stars with an astonishing precision utterly unknown to their Western counterparts, where skilled healers concocted potent herbal remedies capable of assuaging virulent fevers and remarkably prolonging human life. They were captivated by accounts of magnificent cities in Cathay, where opulent palaces glittered with intricate dragons carved from precious jade, and where elaborate rituals profoundly bound the emperor to the celestial heavens in ceremonies more ancient and complex than any performed in Solomon's court. And intricately woven through these compelling narratives were strange, resonant echoes, arcane symbols, enigmatic words, and prophetic pronouncements that eerily mirrored the very fragments they had meticulously uncovered beneath the temple. A luminous star that was destined to return one day, a sacred bloodline that carried a divine inheritance, a hallowed vessel, not crafted from gleaming gold, but embodied in living flesh. The very same profound whispers, carried by different tongues, across vast deserts and towering mountains. The legendary Silk Roads were far more than mere commercial conduits. They functioned as the vital arteries of the ancient world, transporting not only valuable goods but also profound knowledge, diverse beliefs, and closely guarded secrets. A single caravan, for instance, could bear the fragrant burdens of cinnamon and saffron, yet also conceal within its cargo rare scrolls inscribed in mysterious languages that Europe had not yet learned to decipher. A solitary traveler might bring back enthralling tales of magnificent temples carved directly into sheer cliff faces, or of secretive brotherhoods dedicated to the profound study of both celestial bodies and the intricate depths of the human soul. To the discerning knights, these sprawling roads seemed less like mundane paths of commerce and more like intricate veins of profound mystery, subtly binding the disparate cultures of East and West in a shared, profound silence of ancient wisdom. At the onset of night, within the secluded confines of their quarters on the Temple Mount, the knights would meticulously unfurl their scraps of ancient parchment, their fingers tracing the enigmatic lines and arcane symbols they barely comprehended. Some theorized these were maps, not of familiar terrestrial landscapes, but of elusive routes stretching deep into the heart of Asia. There were peculiar marks that pointed beyond the ancient city of Antioch, beyond the rugged terrain of Armenia, and even beyond Persia itself, towards fabled kingdoms shrouded in mists and whispered rumors. One particular name recurred with persistent frequency in their hushed discussions: Cathay. To most inhabitants of Europe, Cathay remained a word of myth, a legendary land situated at the very edge of the known world. But to those who listened with discerning ears to the seasoned merchants, its reality was undeniable. Its emperors wielded a power far older than that of Rome. Its revered sages guarded profound secrets that the priests of Europe had never even dared to conceive. Could it be, they pondered, that the extraordinary wisdom unearthed beneath King Solomon's temple had once originated there, carried across vast deserts by forgotten hands? The knights found it impossible to disregard this striking pattern. It was as though the temple itself, in its profound silence, was pointing them eastward, urging them to meticulously follow the intricate trail of wisdom back to its primordial source. Yet, for the time being, they remained inextricably bound to Jerusalem. They dutifully renewed their sacred vows, diligently carried out their daily responsibilities, and steadfastly maintained their profound silence. Nevertheless, deep within their hearts, the allure of the Silk Roads had already begun its irresistible beckoning. The world, they now understood, was immeasurably vaster than Christendom had ever conceived, and within that boundless expanse, the knights sensed the palpable presence of potential allies, profound mysteries, and perhaps even ancient guardians who had traversed parallel spiritual paths long before the cross of Christ was ever raised. If the Church in Rome steadfastly believed itself to be the indisputable center of all faith, the temple's subtle whispers suggested a radically different truth. The true center, they realized, lay everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, intricately woven across vast deserts, towering mountains, and boundless seas. In the flickering glow of torchlight, as caravans moved like luminous constellations of lanterns across the distant horizon, the Templars found themselves dreaming of what lay beyond. They were no longer merely knights of Jerusalem. They had transformed into seekers, irresistibly called by an ethereal song carried on the very wind of the east. And although their armor was undeniably heavy, their sacred vow even heavier still, something profound within them yearned to follow that captivating song, even if it meant venturing beyond the established edge of Christendom, beyond all known maps, and ultimately beyond the very reach of Rome itself. The bustling markets of Jerusalem pulsed with an intoxicating symphony of voices, each one carrying a tantalizing fragment of distant, exotic worlds. Spices lay meticulously piled in shimmering golden heaps, their rich, complex scents curling seductively through the labyrinthine, narrow streets. The warm embrace of cinnamon, the pungent allure of cardamom, the fiery kick of pepper, and the delicate perfume of saffron. Luxurious silk shimmered resplendently in the bright sunlight, dyed in vibrant, unparalleled hues utterly unseen in Europe. Gleaming ivory rested beside the deep azure of turquoise, the celestial blue of lapis lazuli, and an array of strange, enigmatic stones reputed to possess extraordinary powers of healing. But it was not solely the exquisite wares that captivated the knights' profound attention. It was, rather, the captivating stories that journeyed with them, the profound whispers borne on the backs of caravans, like invisible, precious cargo. These seasoned merchants were true wanderers, men whose very beings had been hardened by the unforgiving vastness of deserts, intimately accustomed to countless nights spent beneath an endless canopy of glittering stars. Around their communal fires, They recounted enthralling tales not to be found within any sacred scripture. They spoke of remote mountains where venerable sages resided in secluded caves, meticulously inscribing ancient scrolls with delicate brushes dipped in ink crafted from soot and ash. They spoke of immense rivers, so vast and wide that entire boats could vanish upon their surfaces as if swallowed whole by the boundless sea. They spoke of towering structures where brilliant Persian astrologers vigilantly observed the heavens with sophisticated instruments entirely unknown to Europe, meticulously charting the intricate cycles of stars that were said to foretell both the rise of mighty empires and their inevitable ruin. The knights listened with an intensity born of newfound understanding. Beneath their formidable armor and their solemn vows, they were men of inherently restless minds, now exquisitely attuned to the subtle, interwoven threads of profound mystery. They began to discern symbols repeated across disparate cultures, circles meticulously drawn within other circles, a distinctive cross nestled within a star, a chalice that was not always a literal cup, but sometimes a symbolic representation of a womb, a sacred vessel of life itself. These profound fragments resonated deeply with what they had meticulously uncovered beneath the temple. Ancient scripts that spoke of a covenant carried not within unyielding stone, but within the very essence of flesh, a sacred bloodline, hidden like an invaluable treasure in plain sight. Reports arriving from the distant Orient spoke of steadfast custodians, Buddhist monks whose diligent efforts safeguarded manuscripts of such venerable age that their genesis antedated the very downfall of the ancient city of Babylon. From the sun-drenched lands of Persia came intelligence concerning sagacious magi, whose profound mastery of both therapeutic arts and celestial observation far eclipsed any knowledge the most esteemed academics of Paris or Rome could ever conceive. Further south, in the fabled metropolis of Alexandria, learned scholars murmured of magnificent libraries, tragically consumed by flames, yet miraculously not entirely obliterated. Precious scrolls, clandestinely conveyed across vast, unforgiving deserts, and invaluable fragments, meticulously preserved by wandering itinerants who exchanged intellectual insights much as others bartered exotic spices, bore testament to this enduring legacy. Indeed, each passing caravan functioned as a mobile repository of wisdom. Not every merchant, however, fully comprehended the profound significance of their cargo. Some parchment rolls, adorned with curious markings, were merely disposed of as decorative novelties, intended to embellish a nobleman's private chambers. Yet others, recognized for their true worth only by a select few initiated individuals, represented treasures beyond mere gold. Ancient texts whose potent words possessed the capacity to fundamentally alter humanity's perception of the celestial realms, the intrinsic nature of the soul, and even the very essence of the divine. The esteemed Templar knights consequently began to perceive their overarching mission through an entirely novel lens. While the protection of Christian pilgrims was undoubtedly a meritorious endeavor, and the struggle for the holy city of Jerusalem undeniably sacred, the profound act of collecting and safeguarding knowledge presented an objective of eternal consequence. For while formidable steel could effectively defend an earthly dominion for a single generation, the enduring power of wisdom possessed the capacity to shield and guide all of humanity throughout the annals of time. And yet, the Templars were acutely aware of the inherent perils. Earthly monarchs perpetually coveted material wealth, just as pontiffs yearned for ecclesiastical power. Both these formidable authorities, they understood, would inevitably view profound knowledge as an existential threat should it ever dare to challenge their established dominion. To disclose too much, too soon, was to unequivocally invite catastrophic destruction. Thus, the valiant knights cultivated an art of profound discretion, learning to move through the world in cautious silence, meticulously absorbing whatever insights were offered, diligently committing to memory every hushed whisper, and safeguarding vital truths within their recollections with the same reverence afforded to sacred relics. At times, when the bustling city of Jerusalem had finally succumbed to slumber, these knights would surreptitiously join groups of merchants gathered around their flickering campfires just beyond the city walls. Above them, the vast expanse of the desert sky unfolded, studded with stars that gleamed like an ancient scripture meticulously inscribed in pure light. The seasoned traders, with calloused fingers, would trace the intricate patterns of constellations, identifying them not according to Greek or Arab nomenclature, but through nomenclature rooted in traditions far more primeval. The knights listened intently, the gentle crackle of the fire harmonizing with the soft, pervasive hush of the shifting sand. They experienced a profound sensation, as though the very cosmos itself was communicating through these venerable wanderers, each recounted narrative a distinct verse within a far grander, universal hymn. It was not, however, only wisdom that these caravans conveyed. Some also brought tidings of impending dread. Whispers circulated of formidable armies mobilizing in the distant east, of vast empires expanding with unbridled ferocity, and of horsemen who moved across the plains with a velocity exceeding that of the swiftest wind. The knights evaluated these disquieting accounts with meticulous caution. Yet, even amidst the looming specter of conquest, they discerned a consistent, reassuring theme, that invaluable knowledge, despite all threats, persistently endured, often concealed and perpetually borne along by those who traversed the ancient, enduring trade routes. Jerusalem, in their enlightened perspective, had transcended its identity as a mere urban settlement. It had become a vital nexus, a throbbing cardiac center where the diverse arteries of the world converged. And within this vibrant core, they, the dedicated guardians of the temple, had been strategically positioned like vigilant sentinels at the precipice of something immeasurably vast and significant. The cargo conveyed by the endless stream of caravans was far more than mere commercial goods. It represented the collective memory of humankind, painstakingly preserved and meticulously stretched across immense deserts, towering mountain ranges, and expansive seas. And the knights, initially a modest company of only 9, now perceived themselves as the rightful inheritors of a profound responsibility, one far exceeding any earthly dominion a crown could bestow, to safeguard not solely the corporeal form of the pilgrim, but more importantly, the very soul of the world's ancient, often forgotten wisdom. When the original 9 knights first embarked upon their journey beyond the fortified walls of Jerusalem, their expedition was not undertaken with the singular intent of wielding the sword. Their chosen path led them directly northward, into a tapestry of cities where magnificent domes shimmered resplendently under the sun's golden embrace, where intricate calligraphy gracefully adorned ancient stone structures, and where countless lamps cast a gentle, inviting glow within courtyards exquisitely perfumed with the intoxicating scent of jasmine. Among these resplendent urban centers, Damascus stood out as a veritable jewel, a city of immense antiquity even in that era, predating the venerable foundations of Rome itself. Its winding streets formed an intricate labyrinth of bustling markets and tranquil gardens, its populace the proud inheritors of 1,000 distinct and cherished traditions. The knights proceeded with utmost circumspection, their distinctive red crosses discreetly concealed beneath their unassuming cloaks. For within this vibrant metropolis, they arrived not as conquerors seeking dominion, but as respectful guests, as curious strangers navigating a complex world that simultaneously both challenged and subtly mirrored their own. Yet Damascus, renowned for its cosmopolitan nature, warmly welcomed traders speaking every conceivable tongue, thereby allowing the Templar Knights to seamlessly integrate, moving as unobtrusive observers amidst the bustling throngs. By day, they traversed the vibrant souks, where countless stalls overflowed with gleaming brass lamps, intricately woven carpets, and jars brimming with precious saffron. They overheard eloquent merchants reciting lyrical poems as they expertly bartered, each carefully chosen verse functioning as a kind of incantation intended to conjure good fortune. They observed ornate fountains gracefully spilling their waters into exquisitely tiled pools and serene courtyards where esteemed scholars routinely convened to engage in profound debates concerning the mysteries of the cosmos. As night descended, the city underwent a dramatic transformation. Oil lamps, meticulously arranged in narrow thoroughfares, glowed like terrestrial constellations, and the ethereal strains of music softly drifted from behind intricately carved wooden screens. It was during these veiled hours of twilight and deep shadow that the knights ultimately discovered precisely what they had so diligently sought: intimate conversations with erudite men of profound learning, mystics whose profound utterances, though often veiled in allegory, resonated with undeniable depth. Within softly illuminated chambers, they respectfully sat alongside venerable Sufi sages who eloquently spoke of the human heart as a pristine mirror reflecting the divine essence of God, and of wisdom concealed not merely within the pages of ancient tomes, but profoundly embedded in the sacred stillness of silence, the rhythmic cadence of breath, and the harmonious flow of ritual. The knights, having been long accustomed to the rigid and formalized prayers of the Latin Church, found themselves unexpectedly moved and deeply stirred by the mesmerizing Sufi chants that gracefully rose and gently fell like the ebb and flow of oceanic tides, their voices intertwining and circling in repetitive patterns, until the very notion of temporal progression seemed to entirely dissolve. Their interactions involved exchanges not of base currency, but of potent symbols. The knights, in turn, carefully inscribed their distinctive cross upon parchment, while the mystics responded with intricate spirals, celestial stars, and the sacred word Allah, rendered in flowing, elegant script. Gradually, profound patterns began to emerge from these visual dialogues, the cross gracefully enclosed within a circle, the sacred chalice elegantly mirrored by the crescent moon. These were clearly the very same eternal verities, merely presented in a myriad of distinct forms. It was as if the two disparate faiths, tragically separated and often pitted against each other by centuries of bitter warfare, were now subtly whispering profound truths to one another through the universal language of geometric forms and pure light. Some among the Templar Knights, their consciences troubled, remained cautiously apprehensive, fearing the grave implications of heresy. Others, however, felt an undeniable magnetic pull, drawn ever deeper into these mystical realms, and consequently lingered with the Sufi sages well into the nocturnal hours. They assiduously acquired fragments of the Arabic tongue, sufficient to comprehend select verses of the Quran, and enough to grasp the profound realization that the God they fervently prayed to was not entirely alien to the divine invoked within the sacred confines of the mosques. A select few even dared to surreptitiously attempt Sufi spiritual practices, engaging in profound, silent meditations and rhythmic invocations that steadily quickened their breath until the physical body itself seemed to dissipate, leaving only the pure, unencumbered spirit remaining. Rumors, naturally, began to circulate throughout the bustling city of Damascus concerning these enigmatic foreigners who, contrary to all expectation, inquired not about the availability of slaves or the procurement of formidable swords, but rather evinced an insatiable thirst for profound wisdom. Some speculated that they ardently sought the legendary lost words of Hermes Trismegistus, purportedly preserved within ancient Arabic manuscripts. Others murmured that their true desire lay in acquiring the profound teachings of luminaries such as Al-Farabi, Avicenna, or Al-Hazen, intellectual giants whose composite works seamlessly blended philosophy, advanced medicine, and intricate mathematics in ways entirely unprecedented and largely unknown within the intellectual circles of Europe. Whatever their ultimate objective, the Templar Knights meticulously gathered and transported fragments of this invaluable knowledge back to Jerusalem, safeguarding these intellectual treasures with a reverence equal to that accorded to the most sacred relics. And yet, it must be acknowledged that not all their encounters within Damascus transpired peacefully. There were distinct moments when the very presence of the knights inevitably aroused heightened suspicion. A carelessly spoken Latin phrase, uttered perhaps too loudly, or the fleeting glimpse of a cross beneath a hastily adjusted cloak, served as potent signals, drawing danger perilously close. On two separate occasions, they found themselves relentlessly pursued through shadowed alleys by menacing men brandishing blades. Once, their escape was secured only by their swift and decisive action of slipping into the sanctuary of a mosque, where they reverently removed their boots, bowed low in imitation of the worshippers, and allowed the rhythmic cadence of the communal prayer to effectively disguise their presence. That very night, one knight confided in hushed tones to another that, within the profound silence of his prostration, he had perceived no hostile enemy presence, but only the all-encompassing presence of God. The profound experience of Damascus indelibly etched itself upon the very souls of the Templar Knights. They returned to Jerusalem bearing far more than mere silk and exotic spices. Their precious cargo now included verses of eloquent poetry, intricate diagrams of celestial bodies, invaluable fragments of advanced medical knowledge, and the subtle whispers of a new, transformative path where the disciplined warrior and the contemplative mystic might indeed walk harmoniously side by side. They had initially commenced their sacred duty as the vigilant guardians of physical pilgrims. Yet, in the crucible of Damascus, they had, in essence, transmuted into pilgrims themselves, embarking upon a profound journey not across arid deserts, but through the expansive and intricate landscapes of the human spirit. As they rode their horses back through the vast, silent desert expanse toward the hallowed city of Jerusalem, the myriad stars overhead seemed to possess an unprecedented sharpness and enhanced luminosity. Perhaps this heightened clarity was merely an optical illusion, a consequence of the exceptionally crisp and dry desert air. Or perhaps, having attentively absorbed the profound wisdom imparted by the mystics of Damascus, the knights now perceived the celestial heavens with entirely new eyes, eyes now capable of discerning intricate patterns that had previously remained entirely veiled. And so, the collective silence among the nine deepened, a shared understanding unspoken. Their brethren in distant Europe would never fully comprehend the myriad experiences that had unfolded within those secluded courtyards and hushed chambers. The established church would never be privy to the profound words whispered within the intimate Sufi circles. But deep within the innermost recesses of the knights' hearts, the memory of Damascus persistently lingered, a secret city, a clandestine teacher, an enduring reminder that profound truth, in its boundless manifestations, assumed a multitude of sacred names. Far beyond the ancient walls of Damascus, extending past the vast deserts and formidable mountain ranges of Persia, lay a mythical land spoken of only in tantalizing fragments. It was a kingdom of such extreme remoteness that even the most meticulously crafted maps of Christendom left its expansive territories entirely blank. Its evocative name, dutifully carried across continents by intrepid traders and tireless wanderers, was Cathay. For a great many in Europe, it remained little more than a captivating fable, a fabled realm of unimaginable opulence and utterly unreachable splendor. Yet, for the Templar knights, whose sensibilities were already acutely attuned to the subtle whispers of hidden wisdom from diverse cultures, Cathay was far more than a mere rumor. It was a radiant beacon of profound possibility. The captivating tales of Cathay arrived with the ceaseless flow of caravans, recounted in hushed, reverent voices over steaming cups of spiced wine or beneath the watchful gaze of the stars at various caravan waypoints. Seasoned travelers spoke of immense walled cities, so colossal that they dwarfed the entirety of Jerusalem, their formidable gates intricately carved with magnificent dragons, and their opulent palaces shimmering with the lustrous gleam of jade and pure gold. They further spoke of a powerful emperor who governed his vast dominion not solely through the brute force of the sword, but by the divine mandate of heaven itself, a sacred, unbreakable bond between the earthly realm and the celestial sky, acknowledged and revered by both the priestly class and the common populace alike. However, it was neither the immense wealth nor the sprawling empire that most deeply stirred the hearts and minds of the knights. It was, rather, the profound and resonant symbolism. Merchants meticulously described dragons not as fearsome monsters to be vanquished, but as revered guardians, potent protectors of the divine cosmic order. They spoke of exquisite jade discs, meticulously inscribed with celestial patterns of heaven, and of sacred scrolls that eloquently articulated a philosophy of inherent harmony between seemingly opposing forces, the yin and the yang, the interplay of dark and light, the complementary essence of male and female. These recurring symbolic echoes resonated with an uncanny precision, aligning almost perfectly with the enigmatic fragments of knowledge that the knights had previously unearthed beneath the sacred precincts of the Temple Mount. These were undeniable signs of duality, of sacred vessels, of hidden unions that ultimately bore a divine inheritance. The profound notion that Cathay harbored within its distant borders a wisdom predating the very Gospels, a wisdom that articulated the same fundamental mysteries through a distinct linguistic and cultural idiom, firmly embedded itself within the deepest recesses of the knights' hearts. This realization compelled them to ask profound questions. Could it truly be that ultimate truth was not exclusively confined to the holy city of Jerusalem alone? Could it be possible that the divine light of God had, in fact, been entrusted to a multitude of diverse peoples, scattered across the vast expanse of the earth like incandescent embers? The captivating narrative spoke of libraries of such immense scale that they defied all human imagination, where erudite scholars diligently pursued the study not merely of sacred scripture, but also of mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and art, perceiving them all as intrinsically interwoven threads within a single, magnificent intellectual fabric. They recounted tales of sophisticated compasses that expertly guided ships far beyond the visible horizon, of mysterious powders capable of summoning devastating fire, and of intricate canal systems where vessels navigated as effortlessly as if traversing terrestrial roadways of water. Each such tale, upon initial hearing, resonated with the fantastical quality of myth, yet within their extraordinary narratives, enough verifiable truth shimmered to compel the discerning knights to pause and deeply ponder their implications. Among the many narratives circulating, one particular account stood out for its profound strangeness. A persistent rumor that within the distant realm of Cathay, individuals had arrived from far-off territories centuries prior. These were described as foreign priests, bearing enigmatic symbols, who had been welcomed into royal courts and revered as custodians of esoteric knowledge. The precise origins or identities of these mysterious figures remained shrouded in antiquity. Yet, the vivid descriptions, pale complexion, flowing beards, and the unmistakable emblem of the cross instilled a profound sense of disquiet among the knights. A troubling question began to surface in their minds. Could it be that other intrepid souls, long before their own era, had traversed the very same obscure routes they now found themselves pursuing? As twilight descended, cloaking their chambers on the revered Temple Mount, the knights would intently scrutinize maps meticulously etched in charcoal upon aged parchment. Their fingers painstakingly traced the arduous eastward trajectories, pathways that wound past the ancient lands of Persia, crossed the formidable Oxus River, and ascended through the towering peaks known as the Pamirs, eventually reaching the boundless steppes where the thunderous hooves of Mongol cavalry echoed. Beyond these formidable frontiers, they were told, lay the legendary Cathay. Few Europeans had ever gazed upon its wonders, and even fewer had survived the perilous journey to recount their experiences. Nevertheless, the whispers of Cathay grew increasingly insistent, resonating like a distant, hypnotic drumbeat. For the knights, this far-flung dominion transcended mere mythological lore. It evolved into a pivotal element in the intricate enigma that was gradually revealing itself. If the ancient relics concealed beneath Solomon's temple hinted at a profound wisdom predating the Roman Empire, then perhaps Cathay represented its complementary counterpart, a spiritual reflection situated on the opposite side of the globe. Consequently, despite their solemn oath to safeguard the pilgrims journeying to Jerusalem, the Templars began to harbor aspirations of even more expansive expeditions. Their sacred vow broadened, no longer solely encompassing the defense of the faithful, but now extending to an ambitious quest to unearth the hidden spiritual traditions of all lands, to meticulously gather scattered fragments of a universal truth, too immense to be confined within the strictures of any single ecclesiastical doctrine. The relentless procession of caravans continued its course, transporting luxurious silks and exotic spices westward, while simultaneously conveying precious silver and fine wool eastward. Yet amidst the swirling dust and the captivating narratives they exchanged, these commercial arteries carried something of far greater consequence: the enduring memory of Cathay, a faint intimation of a kingdom that might possess answers the established church had either long since forgotten, or perhaps deliberately chosen to ignore. For in Cathay, as the persistent legends affirmed, the very constellations of the heavens were meticulously charted, and the lineage of its emperors was believed to carry an inherent divine sanction. Was this profound spiritual claim so fundamentally different from the cryptic allusions discovered beneath the temple? Indeed, was the mythical Grail itself not simply another appellation for this same transcendent eternal mystery? The knights, in their earnest contemplation, lacked definitive answers, but the profound question persisted in their innermost beings, burning with an unquenchable intensity, akin to an inextinguishable flame. And within the radiant glow of that very flame, Cathay transcended its status as a mere fable. It began to assume the mantle of an inescapable destiny. Among the myriad of rumors that permeated the bustling ports and vast, desolate deserts, one particular narrative carried an exceptional weight. It was a tale that skillfully interwove the threads of fervent hope with the deceptive allure of illusion, blending profound faith with the fantastical elements of fable. This was the enduring story of Prester John, the enigmatic Christian monarch rumored to preside over an immense and powerful empire situated somewhere in the remote East. For the ecclesiastical authorities in Rome, his existence represented a beacon of promise and potential salvation. For the various European kings, he was perceived as a valuable prospective ally. However, for the Templars, who possessed a more acute and discerning ear than most, his legend presented itself as an intricate and perplexing riddle. Prester John was depicted as a sovereign of unfathomable power, commanding vast armies comprising innumerable warriors, accompanied by elephants adorned in resplendent golden armor, and ruling over lands where rivers flowed with precious jewels. His domain was consistently portrayed as an earthly paradise, a realm where absolute justice prevailed, and where the plight of the hungry beggar was an unknown phenomenon. Most significantly, he was consistently identified as a Christian ruler, though the specific nature of his Christian faith remained a contentious issue point of disagreement among those who spoke of him. Some accounts asserted that he was a Nestorian, a descendant of those ancient churches that had been ostracized and exiled by the Roman See. Others were convinced that he represented the last surviving vestige of Thomas the Apostle's legendary mission to the distant lands of India. Still others conjectured that Prester John was not the name of a single individual, but rather an inherited title, passed down through a succession of rulers who acted as guardians of a clandestine kingdom, lying far beyond the charted territories of Christendom. Over time, various epistles began to surface across Europe, purporting to be personal missives from Prester John himself. These documents eloquently articulated his fervent devotion to Christ and his earnest desire to forge an alliance with Western monarchs in a united front against the infidel. They extended enticing promises of powerful military pacts, untold treasures, and the initiation of a new, decisive crusade that would forever shatter the formidable strength of Islam. The reigning popes perused these letters with an almost palpable eagerness, while the kings of Europe approached them with a calculating and strategic mindset. Nevertheless, the Templars, who had cultivated relationships with astute merchants from the East and had absorbed countless whispers exchanged by firelight, possessed the discernment to see beyond the glittering facade of these gilded assurances. The knights were already well acquainted with the existence of various kingdoms where Christian communities quietly persevered. The ancient Syriac churches nestled in Mesopotamia, the steadfast Thomas Christians dwelling on the Malabar coast, and even faint, resonant echoes of crosses meticulously carved into stones in profoundly remote lands. They understood that these narratives possessed genuine historical roots, yet they also recognized the inherent ease with which such roots could become intricately twisted and embellished into elaborate legends. What if the true essence of Prester John lay not in a conventional monarch, commanding vast legions, but rather in a profound symbol of something far more ancient and deeply significant? What if his widely circulated story subtly concealed not a literal throne crafted from gold, but instead an intricate alliance of hidden knowledge, a brotherhood of custodians preserving a sacred tradition that the Roman Church had, long ago, deliberately cast aside? In the bustling souks of Damascus, the Templars had heard Sufi mystics speak of revered saints who traversed the earth unseen, moving in profound silence, subtly guiding the destinies of humanity without ever revealing their own identities. In the vibrant mercantile centers of Persia, traders recounted tales of guardians dedicated to secret texts, individuals who moved discreetly from one city to another, diligently safeguarding ancient wisdom. Could Prester John, then, be the Christian manifestation of these very same clandestine brotherhoods? An esoteric concept artfully cloaked in the grandeur of royal splendor to render it palatable to the powerful kings of the West, but in its profound truth, something infinitely more subtle and profound. The Templars, in their ongoing investigations, grew increasingly wary. They understood intimately the fervent desire of the Church to appropriate the legend of Prester John, to meticulously sculpt his narrative into a potent instrument of its own will. Should he prove to be a tangible ruler, Rome would undoubtedly demand his absolute submission. Conversely, if his existence were purely mythical, Rome would still exploit his illustrious name to galvanize and inspire new crusades. Yet the knights, irrevocably committed to their silent and covert quest, pondered whether the underlying story harbored a truth that Rome would vehemently prefer not to confront. The profound realization that Christ's divine message had not been confined within the geographical boundaries of Europe, nor even within the sacred confines of Jerusalem, but had journeyed extensively eastward, becoming intrinsically absorbed into diverse cultures that worshipped in different tongues, observed different sacred rites, and charted the celestial spheres according to entirely distinct astronomical traditions. In the quiet solitude of night, the Templars conjured an image of Prester John not as a king regally enthroned amidst jewels, but rather as an elusive guardian, cloaked in profound shadows, meticulously preserving ancient scrolls and sacred relics far beyond the intrusive reach of Rome. Perhaps he was not a singular individual at all, but an enduring lineage, an unbroken chain of dedicated keepers spanning countless centuries. Conceivably, his kingdom was not geographically defined by physical land, but rather by the enduring power of collective memory. a clandestine brotherhood, subtly dispersed across the vast expanse of Asia, patiently awaiting the opportune moment for their profound secret to be unveiled. For the knights, the enigmatic shadow of Prester John became less a promise of formidable armies and more a poignant reminder. Somewhere beyond the formidable deserts and towering mountain ranges lay Christian communities long forgotten by the Roman Church. Perhaps these communities even existed in a unique alliance with a wisdom that predated Christendom itself. And if this astonishing hypothesis held true, then the Templars' sacred mission was not merely to offer protection to pilgrims, nor even solely to unearth relics beneath the temple, but to seek out the greater, unifying whole, the scattered and fragmented body of a universal truth, diligently preserved across the entire face of the earth. The established church spoke of Prester John with an almost radiant optimism, envisioning glorious banners fluttering in the wind and triumphant crusades. However, within the hushed silence of their clandestine councils, the Templars discussed him with a markedly different understanding. He was not a king to be summoned and commanded. He was, instead, an intricate cipher to be meticulously deciphered, a profound shadow pointing resolutely eastward toward profound secrets that Rome would never be able to claim as its own, yet could never entirely erase from existence. And though no knight among them had yet ventured to such remote territories, the metaphorical road to Prester John had already inextricably woven itself into the fabric of their most profound dreams. The arduous journey eastward led the Templars into territories where once mighty ancient empires had majestically risen and subsequently crumbled into mere dust, where the sacred Zoroastrian fires continued to burn with an unwavering constancy, tended in profound silence by devoted priests who steadfastly asserted that their hallowed light had never been extinguished since the very dawn of time. Persia, in particular, presented itself as a vital land of crossroads, a bustling nexus where caravans transported luxurious silks, exotic spices, and carefully guarded secrets. To the vast majority of crusaders, it was simply perceived as the hostile territory of their sworn enemies. Yet for the discerning Templars, it represented something far more significant, a crucial threshold, a gateway to deeper understanding. Within the secluded tranquility of the oasis towns, they absorbed hushed whispers concerning profound dualities, the eternal interplay of light and darkness, the intricate dance between truth and falsehood, an incessant cosmic struggle without any discernible end. The ancient fire temples, deliberately concealed from prying eyes, glowed with an ethereal radiance emanating from eternal flames that had been meticulously tended for countless generations. Some of the knights, who had ingeniously infiltrated Persia under various guises, returned with astonishing accounts of rituals that struck them as eerily familiar, despite being expressed in foreign tongues. They spoke of sacred communal meals where bread and wine, or their symbolic equivalents, were shared, not as propitiatory offerings to a wrathful deity, but rather as a profound communion with the everlasting, sacred flame. The conventional church would undoubtedly have summarily dismissed such resonant echoes as blatant heresy, a grievous corruption of Christ's unblemished message. Yet, for the Templars, it felt as though a vital thread had been uncovered, a thread that stretched far beyond the confines of Jerusalem and into a primordial era, predating the time when prophets had rigidly delineated the boundaries between distinct faiths. Could it possibly be that Persia preserved not an adversary's misguided doctrine, but rather a precious fragment of the very same primordial light that had initially ignited the profound mystery they were sworn to protect? Itinerant travelers shared compelling accounts of clandestine brotherhoods operating under a veil of profound secrecy. Some spoke in hushed tones of the Magioi, not merely the famed wise men who had once followed a celestial star to Bethlehem, but their enduring descendants, who were said to still meticulously preserve hidden schools dedicated to advanced astronomy, esoteric alchemy, and profound prophecy. Others recounted tales of obscure sects who claimed to possess ancient texts inscribed in a script far older than any alphabet the knights had ever encountered, books that reputedly contained the long-forgotten names of ancient angels. The Templars, bound by their solemn and unyielding vow of silence, safeguarded these intriguing rumors with the same meticulous care and reverence typically afforded to sacred relics. Within the refined and cultured courts of Persia, Sufi poets eloquently recited verses imbued with a profound sense of spiritual longing, extolling a divine love subtly veiled within the human form, and speaking of esoteric secrets, too vast and transcendent, to be confined within rigid theological doctrines. The knights, despite being unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Persian tongue, felt the profound weight of these words reverberate deeply within them, like a resonant vibration beneath their very skin. The mystics spoke compellingly of arduous inward journeys, of battles waged not on sanguinary fields of conflict, but within the profound depths of the human soul. This profound exposure prompted some Templars to ponder a radical question. Was their sacred order's true and ultimate war not against earthly men at all, but rather against pervasive ignorance, against the profound darkness that had veiled humanity from the fundamental truth it had once intimately known? Yet, Persia was also a domain fraught with peril. Beyond the serene fire temples and the hushed recitation of poetic verses lay the menacing specter of the assassins, the Nizari sect, who had meticulously carved their formidable strongholds into the very bedrock of the mountains. To the uninitiated, they represented an embodiment of terror, their lethal blades emerging from unseen quarters, their presence cloaked in an unnerving silence that preceded fear. Nevertheless, the Knights Templar perceived something more profound within them, a striking reflection of their own clandestine order. Much like the Templars themselves, the assassins were bound by an intricate, secretive doctrine, pledged to unwavering fealty, and served as custodians of recondite mysteries largely concealed from the wider world. A number of the knights even harbored the suspicion that their encounters with these enigmatic adversaries transcended mere skirmishes, evolving into a nuanced exchange, an unspoken recognition between two brotherhoods whose profound understanding eluded the comprehension of common humanity. The enigmatic tapestry of Persia was not easily unraveled. Its rugged mountain ranges concealed ancient libraries, whose profound contents no crusader would ever be privileged to behold. Its vast, arid deserts entombed sacred shrines that had long faded from the memory of bygone empires. Still, the Templars sensed the profound gravitas of this ancient land. Here, they realized, was not merely a territory to be traversed en route to the distant lands of India or Cathay. Rather, it stood as a venerable keeper of primordial flames, incandescent energies that had blazed continuously since before the nascent dream of a Roman Empire had even taken root. And as they pressed onward, carrying with them fragmented utterances, fleeting glimpses of arcane rituals, and the haunting, ethereal melody of Sufi chants resonating beneath the vast desert stars, the knights began to discern that their eastward expedition was less a campaign of territorial acquisition and more a profound descent into the layered annals of time. Each deliberate stride propelled them deeper, past the conventional historical narratives acknowledged by their church, into a primordial memory that humanity itself seemed to have consciously sought to obliterate. For within Persia's ancient embrace, they had brushed against an essence both utterly foreign and uncannily familiar, an ethereal echo of divine light enshrouded in elemental fire, a subtle whisper suggesting that the ultimate truth they so ardently pursued was older than the tenets of Christendom, more ancient than the lineage of kings, older even than the hallowed stones comprising Solomon's temple. Thus, they resolutely advanced further east, diligently following the elusive trail of the forgotten. The venerable Silk Road unfurled itself like a colossal river, meandering across the very spine of the world, transporting not merely precious silks and exotic spices, but also nascent dreams, closely guarded secrets, and hushed murmurs that no geopolitical boundary could ever hope to contain. For the intrepid Knights Templar, who ventured into these eastern territories, it proved to be less a straightforward thoroughfare and more an intricate labyrinth, where each welcoming caravanserai served as a new portal opening into the profound unknown. In the deepening desert twilight, the knights frequently found themselves seated in quiet contemplation beside a diverse assembly of Persian traders, esteemed Mongol envoys, and solitary wandering monks. The fragrant smoke of exotic incense gracefully spiraled above them as a rich tapestry of narratives unspooled into the vast, enveloping night. Tales of resplendent, jewel-encrusted palaces in legendary Samarkand, of sacred shrines vigilantly guarded by ancient spirits, and of esoteric scrolls that purportedly chronicled the very genesis of all existence. Some of these accounts were undoubtedly fanciful fabrications, while others were deeply imbued with layers of profound, undeniable veracity. To the discerning Templars, each individual story fragment represented a crucial, intricate piece of a much larger, overarching enigma. At the various way stations strategically positioned along the extensive trade route, they made intriguing discoveries, enigmatic symbols meticulously carved into the sturdy wood of ancient doors and indelibly etched into weathered stones. These motifs, depicting spirals, celestial stars, and intertwined twin serpents, immediately struck a chord. The knights recognized them as uncanny echoes of their own sacred sigils, yet these appeared demonstrably older, as if these primeval marks had been meticulously drawn long before the distinctive red cross of the temple had ever been unfurled to the winds. These potent symbols resonated with the profound sense of a vast, ancient map, its constituent parts deliberately scattered across the expanse of the world by hands whose identity remained beyond their grasp. It was not solely merchants with whom they interacted. Buddhist monks, elegantly clad in their distinctive saffron robes, carried small, intricately carved wooden statues and delicate scrolls inscribed with exquisite flowing scripts. The knights, despite their inability to decipher the ancient words, observed with quiet reverence as prayers were softly murmured over rotating prayer wheels, and as resonant chants ascended, carried by the mountain wind. There was an undeniable quality in the rhythm, the repetitive cadence, that subtly reminded them of their own devout chants within the hushed sanctity of their candle-lit chapels. It was distinctly different, yet not entirely alien to their spiritual sensibilities. One particular evening, beneath a celestial vault of stars that stretched with an unparalleled grandeur, far wider than the ceiling of any earthly cathedral, a seasoned Mongol guide recounted a captivating tale. He spoke of a hidden city, a place where the very fabric of the earth converged with the boundless heavens, where ethereal rivers of pure light were said to descend into subterranean stone chambers. He solemnly declared that this mythical city had been founded by enigmatic men who had journeyed from beyond the loftiest mountains, bearing a profound knowledge so radiant, so utterly luminous, that even the most ruthless conquerors dared not attempt to obliterate it. The Templars listened intently, their eyes reflecting the flickering glow of the communal campfire, their minds wrestling with the profound question, was this merely an ancient myth, or the lingering memory of a truly forgotten age? The arduous road itself relentlessly demanded an unparalleled degree of endurance. Ferocious sandstorms frequently swept across their path, mercilessly blotting out both the sun's guiding light and the steady glimmer of the stars. In the profound silence that often accompanied such a storm, when the wind howled with the chilling intensity of 1,000 disembodied voices, the knights experienced a disorienting sensation, as though they were marching not merely across physical terrain, but through the very fabric of time itself, stripped bare of all extraneous concerns, save for the unyielding determination to carry their profound secret forward. Yet when the tempest finally abated, and the horizon majestically revealed the stark beauty of snow-peaked mountains, they understood with crystalline clarity that their arduous journey was a crucible, a profound test designed not to crush their spirits, but rather to meticulously strip away everything that was ultimately unessential to their core mission. In the magnificent metropolises of Central Asia, Samarkand, Bukhara, and Kashgar, they immersed themselves in markets bursting with an intoxicating riot of colors. Exquisite jewels, aromatic spices, and shimmering silks dazzled their eyes with their sheer opulence. However, what truly captivated the Templars were the clandestine exchanges unfolding within these bustling thoroughfares. The surreptitious passing of ancient scrolls beneath cloaks, the hushed, whispered conversations exchanged in shadowed corners. Here, knowledge was revered as a commodity even more precious than pure gold. They gleaned insights into the practices of skilled physicians who healed with potent herbs entirely unknown to Western medicine, of brilliant astronomers who charted the celestial heavens with a precision that rivaled the most esteemed Greek philosophers, and of master craftsmen capable of forging legendary blades that miraculously never dulled. But even more compelling were the pervasive tales of an ancient, enigmatic brotherhood who had once traversed these very roads long before the ascendancy of any known empires. Some astute merchants spoke of them as venerable wanderers who carried a profound wisdom dating back to the very dawn of time, steadfast protectors of a sacred covenant that no earthly king could ever legitimately claim. They were said to have deliberately left indelible markers along the entire route, subtly embedded within architectural designs, woven into the rhythmic cadence of sacred chants, and even intricately incorporated into the complex patterns of woven carpets, To the ordinary, uninitiated traveler, these were merely decorative motifs. To the truly initiated, however, they were unmistakable, profound messages. The Templars began to entertain the compelling suspicion that the Silk Road itself transcended its conventional function as a mere trade route. They theorized it was, in fact, a profound corridor of collective memory, where successive civilizations had meticulously layered their accumulated wisdom, one upon another, with the delicate precision of silk folded over silk. They pondered whether their own venerable order represented but the latest iteration in a protracted, unbroken chain of guardians, entrusted with safeguarding precious fragments of a universal truth too immense, too all-encompassing, to be held solely by any single people or culture. As night descended, when the weary caravans had finally settled and the countless stars wheeled majestically above, the knights engaged in hushed, earnest whispers among themselves. They had initially embarked upon this arduous quest, seeking sacred relics, untold treasures, and perhaps formidable allies. Yet, what they had ultimately discovered was far stranger, far more profound, a living, pulsating current of ancient knowledge, flowing ceaselessly from east to west and back again, utterly immune to the ravages of war, and remaining unbroken by the inexorable rise and fall of countless kingdoms. It was as if the very world itself had conspired to meticulously preserve a profound secret, deliberately scattering its essence across vast deserts, towering mountains, and ancient cities, ensuring that it could never truly be destroyed. And as the Templars pressed onward, venturing ever deeper into the heart of Asia, they carried with them not only the weight of their own sacred mission, but also the rapidly growing awareness that they were treading a path far older than their esteemed order. Perhaps, they mused, as ancient as the very first spark of human wonder itself. The untamed winds of the vast steppe carried with them compelling stories of a formidable empire that had risen with the sudden, elemental force of a tempest, stretching its immense dominion from the distant Pacific shores to the very gates of Europe. To the Knights Templar, the formidable Mongol horde was simultaneously an object of profound terror and an intriguing curiosity. To some, they were perceived as savage barbarians, yet to others, they represented an inexorable force of destiny. Their distinctive banners fluttered defiantly across horizons that few in Christendom had ever dared to dream of reaching, and their mounted riders moved with a breathtaking swiftness, traversing vast leagues in the span of a single night, faster than hushed whispers could travel. When the Templars first encountered the emissaries of the Great Khan, it was not upon a blood-soaked battlefield, but rather within the dimly lit confines of a nomadic tent, somewhere deep within Central Asia. The air inside was thick with the distinctive scent of fermented mare's milk and the pungent aroma of burning juniper. The Mongol envoys communicated in a language that was harsh and guttural, yet their expressive gestures clearly conveyed their intent, an unexpected openness to parley. The knights understood then that the sprawling empire of the horsemen was far more than a mere conquering force. It was an intricate, complex web of carefully calculated alliances, veiled threats, and profound promises. For some among the Templars, this unprecedented meeting ignited a dangerous, yet compelling, hope. Could the formidable Mongols potentially serve as invaluable allies against the relentless Islamic powers who pressed hard against the beleaguered Crusader states? If the hallowed red cross of the temple could ride in unison alongside the formidable banners of the Great Khan, perhaps Jerusalem itself, the ultimate prize, could finally be reclaimed. Letters bearing the official seals of European kings and the authoritative signatures of Templar commanders were painstakingly carried across vast deserts and endless steppes. The responses they received were often enigmatic, at times promising, yet frequently veiled in an underlying menace. The Mongols spoke of a singular heaven beneath which all humankind must ultimately bow, but they shrewdly refrained from specifying which particular god presided over it. And yet, beneath the thunderous hooves of their vast cavalry and the clashing of steel, another profound layer of mystery began to emerge. The Templars learned that the Mongols themselves held in deep reverence hidden teachers, wise sages who spoke of a cosmic order far older than any established temple or written scripture. Some of these were powerful shamans, their faces meticulously painted with ash and ochre, who rhythmically beat their drums until the very earth itself seemed to tremble in resonance. Others whispered of Nestorian Christians who had taken deep root among the various Mongol tribes long before the distant West had even taken notice of their existence. In their possession were peculiar relics, crosses of an unusual and unfamiliar design, sacred texts that subtly blended Eastern philosophy with the familiar Gospels, and symbols that resonated with an uncanny familiarity for the knights, stirring a profound sense of recognition. One detailed account recounts a specific night when a Templar commander was granted the rare privilege of witnessing a Mongol ritual performed on the open steppe. A great, solemn circle of riders formed under the vast expanse of the stars, and in the very center, a shaman cast sacred offerings into a roaring fire, horsehair, drops of blood, and fermented drink. The chanting rose, its cadence not entirely unlike the solemn psalms sung in faraway Christian chapels, as sparks spiraled upward, carried by the night wind into the boundless vault of heaven. The shaman then declared with profound conviction that all earthly empires were but fleeting shadows of a far greater, invisible kingdom, one not discernible to the mortal eye, yet indelibly etched into the very fabric of the sky. The Templar, hardened by countless years of brutal battle, felt a strange, inexplicable shiver course through him. He pondered deeply, was this profound vision an act of blasphemy, or was it perhaps a truth too vast, too encompassing, for his church to ever fully articulate or name? The Mongol Empire, a formidable entity, excelled not merely in military campaigns, but equally in the sophisticated art of intelligence gathering. Their couriers, mounted on the swiftest of steeds, conveyed dispatches at a pace unparalleled across the European continent. Through this exceptional network, they discerned the very heartbeat of rival kingdoms, meticulously cataloging the strengths and pinpointing the inherent weaknesses of their adversaries. For the Knights Templar, who had long cultivated an identity as the privileged custodians of esoteric wisdom, this profound mastery over the unseen currents of power resonated deeply within their ranks. A profound introspection began to stir amongst them, prompting the question, were these Mongols merely ruthless conquerors, or did their vast dominion also harbor a precious fragment of the ultimate great secret? However, this emerging perspective was far from universally embraced among the Brotherhood. For every Templar who envisioned potential allies in the formidable horsemen, another perceived only imminent peril and profound danger. The Mongols had, after all, systematically razed entire cities, leaving vast expanses of bone-strewn fields in their relentless wake, and irreverently trampled sacred sites beneath the hooves of their cavalry. The very notion that such relentless destroyers could ever forge a common cause with the venerable guardians of the temple seemed an affront. This contentious debate reverberated through hushed conclaves, held under the flickering, unsteady glow of desert campfires, remaining stubbornly unresolved and deeply unsettling. Yet, an undeniable reality persistently asserted itself. Wherever the Mongol legions rode, they invariably left behind a transformed landscape. Routes became significantly safer than before. Markets burgeoned with unprecedented prosperity, and intricate connections between distant lands deepened considerably. The legendary Silk Road, in particular, flourished anew under their vigilant oversight, and with its renewed vitality, the flow of precious knowledge experienced a remarkable surge. The Templars, ever moving with calculated discretion and shrouded in secrecy, meticulously traced these expanding veins of connection, venturing ever deeper into territories that no pontifical decree had ever sanctioned their entry into. Within the pages of their clandestine journals, certain knights meticulously documented intriguing accounts of Mongol strongholds, where ancient scrolls were carefully preserved, sacred relics vigilantly guarded, and wise sages routinely consulted prior to the commencement of military campaigns. These cryptic entries hinted that the Khan himself, despite his reputation as a ruler of unyielding iron, reportedly deferred to an inner circle of hidden counselors, individuals who audaciously claimed direct lineage from ancient, venerable bloodlines. Such whispers, had they reached wider ears, would have been profoundly perilous, for they suggested that even the most fearsome and expansive empire ultimately bowed its knee to an unseen, overarching truth. These pivotal encounters left an indelible mark upon the Templars, profoundly altering their perception. They had initially embarked on their eastward journey with the specific objective of forging an alliance, but they ultimately departed, burdened with questions of a far greater magnitude. Could it truly be that the Mongols, so terrifying in their martial prowess and so vast in their imperial reach, were in fact unwitting stewards of the very same hidden current of power that the Templars themselves had sworn to serve? Did their formidable empire of nomadic riders inadvertently brush against the very secret that the Church in Rome feared above all else? The knights carried these momentous questions with them as they pressed ever further east, into distant lands where the meticulously drawn maps of Europe abruptly ended, and the very fabric of the known world appeared to dissolve into the realm of ancient myth and legend. The Silk Road was not a singular, clearly defined thoroughfare, but rather an intricate, living tapestry woven from countless roads, verdant oases, and treacherous mountain passes. These vital arteries transported not only luxurious silk and exotic spices, but also profound ideas, guarded secrets, and the faint, alluring whispers of long-forgotten kingdoms. The Knights Templar, whose existence had once been largely confined to the austere stone fortresses of Outremer, now found themselves irresistibly drawn deeper into this vast, pulsating network. Much like moths irresistibly drawn to a distant, mesmerizing flame, it was widely believed that whoever could effectively master the intricate workings of the Silk Road would thereby gain the power to command the ebb and flow of entire civilizations. For along its winding, ancient paths lay nothing less than the very pulse of the world itself. Initially, the knights traversed this legendary route as conspicuous strangers. Their distinctive white mantles, which had once been a striking and instantly recognizable emblem on the battlefields of the Holy Land, here served only to mark them unmistakably as outsiders. Yet, under the sprawling shadow of countless caravans and across the shimmering, oppressive heat of expansive desert plateaus, they gradually learned the vital art of adaptation. They rode alongside seasoned merchants hailing from the fabled city of Samarkand, shared simple bread with astute Sogdian traders, and listened with rapt attention to the myriad stories recounted in hushed, reverent voices beneath the vast, star-studded skies. The road, they slowly came to realize, was itself a sacred temple, a profound space where the disparate worlds of East and West converged not in violent conflict, but in a rich, symbiotic exchange. It was during these transformative journeys that the Templars encountered relics unlike any they had ever beheld within the confines of Europe. From the vibrant markets of Kashgar emerged ancient scrolls meticulously bound in lustrous silk, their intricate characters flowing like miniature rivers across the aged parchment. In the bustling bazaars of Bukhara, their eyes fell upon breathtaking mosaics, shimmering with celestial stars and complex geometric patterns that uncannily mirrored their own sacred symbols. From the serene Buddhist monks, they received parables that spoke not of a singular Messiah, but of an innumerable host of bodhisattvas, each selflessly carrying the burden of compassion across the vast expanse of the ages. These profound teachings stirred something deeply resonant within their very souls, for beneath the superficial veneer of difference, they intuitively sensed a potent echo of the very truths they themselves had so long guarded in profound silence. One particular chronicler within the order, whose name has been deliberately expunged from all official records, meticulously documented his discovery of a hidden library within the ancient city of Merv. There, he claimed, in a secret vaulted chamber nestled beneath the ruins of a Zoroastrian fire temple, he had personally witnessed manuscripts that seamlessly blended the profound insights of Greek philosophy with the mystical traditions of Persian mysticism and early Christian gospels long presumed to be utterly destroyed. These extraordinary texts spoke with compelling authority of a fundamental unity of wisdom, a divine, eternal fire carried faithfully from one age to the next, constantly shifting in its outward form, yet never truly extinguished. The knights who were privileged to behold such knowledge swore a solemn oath to protect it, even if that protection necessitated concealing it from the very church they had sworn to serve. However, the Silk Road was also an inherently perilous undertaking. Ruthless bandits frequently haunted its treacherous passes, and sudden, ferocious sandstorms possessed the power to swallow entire caravans without a trace. The Templars swiftly learned the necessity of traveling in elaborate disguise, their distinctive mantles carefully concealed beneath the unassuming robes of ordinary traders, their formidable swords securely wrapped in cloth to avoid drawing any undue attention. They meticulously carved secret marks into the weathered stones of various way stations, cryptic signs intelligible only to their brethren, serving as vital guides for any who might follow in their footsteps. To the casual observer, they appeared to be nothing more than humble pilgrims or itinerant merchants. In truth, they were dedicated seekers of a deeper, unseen current that flowed beneath the visible surface of the world. There were many nights when they camped in profound silence by the crackling desert fires, their minds heavy with the weight of profound contradictions. Were they still truly knights of Christendom, bound by their sacred vows to defend the faith? Or had they irrevocably transformed into solitary wanderers, relentlessly chasing elusive shadows through vast lands that the Pope himself would never deign to bless? Each man, in the solitude of his own thoughts, carried his own deeply personal answer. Yet the relentless journey along the road inexorably bound them together, pulling them ever further eastward. The myriad whispers they painstakingly gathered spoke of hidden kingdoms nestled deep within the mountains, of ancient monasteries where reclusive monks vigilantly guarded relics far older than Rome itself, and of wise sages who possessed the uncanny ability to read the intricate patterns of the stars and to speak of destinies not yet inscribed. The Templars pursued these tantalizing threads with a fervor bordering on outright obsession. They held an unwavering conviction that in the enigmatic East lay not merely the earthly treasures of silk and jade, but also precious fragments of the very secret that had once been entrusted to them in the hallowed city of Jerusalem. A secret, they believed, so immensely powerful that it possessed the potential to utterly reshape the entire world. In the vibrant trading hub of Samarkand, a city renowned for its breathtaking turquoise domes and markets overflowing with an intoxicating array of fragrances, they overheard tales of a mysterious sect of mystics who spoke reverently of a veiled chalice. Some whispered that it was a tangible relic, carefully hidden within a secluded monastery nestled beyond the formidable Pamir Mountains. Others vehemently claimed it was not a physical object at all, but rather a sacred bloodline, meticulously carried in profound silence through countless generations. The knights listened intently, exercising extreme caution not to betray how closely these enigmatic tales mirrored the very whispers they themselves had meticulously guarded since the devastating fall of the Temple in Jerusalem. By this point in their arduous journey, their expedition had transcended mere reconnaissance. It had metamorphosed into a profound pilgrimage, an all-consuming quest, and a self-imposed exile, all intertwined into a singular, transformative experience. Each passing mile carried them further beyond the restrictive reach of European kings and pontiffs, drawing them deeper into an expansive realm where diverse faiths intricately intertwined and ancient histories blurred into a seamless tapestry. The Templars gradually began to grasp a startling realization. The Church had always harbored a profound fear of this very road, not because of its inherent dangers, but because of the profound revelations it unfailingly offered. For here, in the very heart of Asia, the truth could not possibly be monopolized by any single authority. Instead, it flowed freely, exchanged with the same ease as silk and spices, carried on the eloquent tongues of countless storytellers, and subtly hidden within the intricate folds of ancient scripture. One particularly memorable night, as they traversed a desolate, wind-swept steppe beneath a sky thick with a dazzling canopy of stars, a senior knight spoke softly to his attentive companions. "Perhaps," he mused, his voice barely a whisper against the vast emptiness, "the road itself is the true Grail. Not a mere cup, nor a specific bloodline, but an expansive path that inextricably binds the entire world together, unequivocally demonstrating to us that no singular truth can ever exclusively belong to one throne, one temple, or one pope." His profound words lingered in the crisp, cold night air, simultaneously unsettling and profoundly luminous, much like the persistent glow of dying embers that stubbornly refused to completely fade. By the time the Templars finally reached the formidable shadow of the towering mountains that demarcated the east from the furthermost east, they had undergone a transformation so profound that the Church would no longer have recognized them. Warriors, yes, they remained, but they had also become dedicated guardians of intricate riddles, astute interpreters of arcane symbols, and relentless seekers of profound wisdom, all carried discreetly within caravans of shadow. Their esteemed order had tragically fallen in Europe, mercilessly hunted by kings and unequivocally condemned by Rome. But here, on the ancient roads of silk and shadow, they were evolving into something entirely new and unprecedented, something that the Church, with all its vast power, could neither fully comprehend nor effectively control. The caravans that meticulously wound their way across the expansive Silk Road were far more than mere lines of camels silhouetted against the distant horizon. They constituted living veins through which flowed the very lifeblood of countless civilizations. With every resonant bell that jingled from a camel's neck, another captivating tale was carried forward, stories of powerful emperors and shrewd merchants, of lost kingdoms and meticulously hidden faiths. The Knights Templar, skillfully disguised as humble traders and devout pilgrims, seamlessly integrated themselves into this endless procession. They quickly discerned that the caravan served not only as a vital source of protection from marauding bandits and unforgiving storms, but also as a vibrant marketplace of closely guarded secrets, where the most invaluable treasures were not always tangible goods, but rather invaluable knowledge. Among the lengthy trains of camels, heavily laden with exquisite bolts of silk, fragrant baskets of saffron, and intricately carved ivory, the Templars, with their newfound wisdom, listened far more than they spoke. They sat in quiet contemplation by the flickering fires of Turkic herders, their faces illuminated by dancing sparks and swirling smoke, absorbing tales of majestic mountains that were said to swallow entire armies whole. They shared warm tea with astute Persian merchants who spoke in carefully veiled words of sacred objects that had been moved in profound silence, artifacts that had traversed vast deserts without ever being detected by watchful kings or cunning thieves. In the bustling way stations where countless caravans converged, they exchanged coins not merely for sustenance, but for precious whispers of information. It was recounted that a merchant from Nishapur once confided in them a tale of a revered relic that had journeyed eastward many generations prior. A vessel, intricately inscribed with ancient Hebrew letters, had been carried into India during times of intense persecution. Another claimed that scrolls, containing hidden gospels, had been bartered for precious jade somewhere along the remote Tarim Basin. Each of these stories, on the surface, seemed wildly improbable, yet the knights meticulously gathered them like rare pearls, carefully stringing them together into a rich tapestry of compelling possibility. They did not dismiss such rumors out of hand, for they themselves were the vigilant guardians of secrets that others found utterly impossible to believe. The arduous journey along the ancient caravan routes presented an unrelenting challenge. Each day unfolded into extended marches beneath the merciless glare of the sun, while the nights brought the penetrating chill of the desert winds. Unpredictable sandstorms would frequently materialize, transforming the atmosphere into an impenetrable maelstrom where even the most seasoned combatants risked disorientation and peril. The Templar Knights, in their covert peregrinations, placed immense reliance upon the specialized knowledge of caravan guides, individuals who possessed an innate ability to decipher the desert's contours as if it were a detailed chart, unearthing clandestine water sources that no uninitiated traveler would ever conceive of seeking. In reciprocation for this invaluable trust, the knights extended their formidable protection, their concealed blades glinting ominously when marauders dared to launch an assault. On numerous occasions, the very continued existence of a caravan was owed to the quiet, yet fierce determination of these men, who outwardly presented themselves as mere merchants, but fought with the disciplined cohesion of a military contingent. Indeed, the caravans themselves functioned as formidable moving bastions, traversing vast and often perilous landscapes. The sturdy camels, beyond merely transporting an array of merchandise, were equipped with ingenious hidden compartments meticulously designed for the surreptitious conveyance of invaluable treasures, rendering them invisible to prying eyes. Astute merchants, for instance, would meticulously encase rare and ancient manuscripts within large rolls of silk, thereby increasing the fabric's perceived weight, but deflecting any suspicion regarding its true, precious contents. Others employed an even more subtle artistry, meticulously weaving intricate coded patterns into the very fibers of their exquisite carpets, effectively transmitting vital messages across immense continents without committing a single decipherable word to paper. The Templars, ever observant, regarded these clever stratagems with considerable fascination, for they strikingly mirrored their own sophisticated methods of cryptographic concealment. Sacred crosses subtly integrated into complex geometric designs, profound messages artfully camouflaged within the pages of devotional prayer books, and invaluable knowledge meticulously safeguarded, not by imposing physical fortifications, but by an intricate web of ingenuity and craft. It was amidst these months of arduous travel and keen observation that the Templars began to intercept hushed whispers concerning a caravan unlike any other that had traversed the Silk Road. This particular convoy, according to the myriad travelers who spoke of it, conveyed no mundane commercial commodities. Its enigmatic cargo was enveloped in an almost palpable aura of silence, and its retinue of guardians exhibited a fervent devotion that far surpassed the typical loyalty of hired mercenaries. Some accounts boldly asserted that it bore a sacred relic of the Buddha, perhaps a revered fragment of bone meticulously enshrined within a casing of pure gold. Other, more hushed murmurs suggested that nestled within its stout chests lay ancient scrolls predating the rise of any known empire, meticulously sealed against the relentless erosion of time. Yet, more disquieting were the darker rumors that insinuated the caravan carried a precious bloodline, a living heir whose existence was deliberately obscured in plain sight, and whose protection was deemed to be of far greater worth than any quantity of gold or bolts of luxurious silk. The Templars, upon encountering these compelling narratives reiterated in numerous far-flung cities, found themselves compelled to ponder whether the very hand of destiny was inexorably drawing them eastward. By skillfully integrating themselves into the flow of these bustling caravans, the knights achieved a dual strategic advantage. They not only traversed the expansive territories largely unobserved, but also meticulously charted an intricate network of clandestine allies. Armenian traders, with their extensive mercantile connections, served as discreet couriers, relaying crucial messages westward. Sufi mystics, with their profound spiritual insights, transmitted vital knowledge through the evocative power of song and the subtle language of symbolic gestures. Nestorian Christians, resilient and welcoming, extended their hospitality, offering sanctuary within their chapels hewn directly from the stark desert rock. Through these profound encounters, the Templars gradually began to perceive the vast expanse of the Silk Road, not merely as a commercial thoroughfare, but as an immense, ethereal cathedral without conventional walls, a sacred domain where adherents of diverse spiritual traditions offered their devotions to the very same unseen divine source, albeit under a multitude of different appellations. Nevertheless, inherent peril lurked within every single step of their eastward progression. The formidable Mongols, who had emerged with the sudden, overwhelming force of a tempest across the Asian continent, now exerted dominion over immense swathes of territory. Their powerful generals possessed the authority to conscript entire caravans into their service, systematically stripping them of their valuable goods or imposing ruinous taxes that crippled their enterprises. The Templars, exercising extreme caution to avoid arousing any suspicion, occasionally offered their specialized proficiencies to these potent warlords, engaging in tasks such as constructing robust fortifications, providing astute counsel on matters of trade, and even subtly imparting strategies gleaned from their experiences in the Crusades. In exchange for these invaluable services, they secured not only safe passage through the vast Mongol domains, but sometimes something far more extraordinary: privileged access to the meticulously curated archives where Mongol scribes had diligently amassed an astonishing collection of scrolls from their conquered territories. One such archive, it was recounted, contained invaluable fragments of Manichaean scripture, precious remnants of a faith that had long since vanished from the Western world. Another repository held sophisticated astronomical charts originating from China, which depicted the celestial sphere with a degree of precision entirely unknown to European scholars of that era. The knights, with painstaking care, copied these profound texts, ingeniously concealing them within their travel packs, presenting them as nothing more than the innocuous notes of common merchants. To merely possess such esoteric knowledge was fraught with immense risk. To openly disclose its existence would undoubtedly have invited certain death from both the powerful church and the reigning monarchies. As the Templars pushed further into the enigmatic East, they gradually assimilated themselves into the rhythmic pulse of caravan existence, the measured, unhurried tread of the camels, the melodic chants of the drivers echoing across the vast emptiness, and the celestial bodies themselves transforming into reliable beacons, guiding their path across the barren, featureless lands. Yet beneath this newfound routine, there throbbed an unspoken, quiet urgency, a profound intuition that something monumental awaited them further along their winding road. Each new city they encountered, every hushed rumor they overheard, and every hidden chapel they discovered, served to draw them inexorably closer to a revelation they could not yet articulate. They were no longer merely knights bound to the dictates of Europe. They had undergone a subtle yet profound metamorphosis, becoming something far more enigmatic. They were now guardians journeying beneath the symbolic protection of 1,000 diverse banners, custodians of profound secrets meticulously interwoven into the very fabric of the ancient trade routes. Shatsi? And with each deliberate step they took, they carried not only the enigma of their own clandestine mission, but also countless fragments of other mysteries, accumulating them with the same silent persistence that caravans gathered desert dust, until the sheer cumulative weight of this knowledge became too immense for any single order or any one established church to possibly contain. The caravans continued their relentless progression, winding through towering mountains and across vast, unforgiving deserts, transporting not only valuable spices and luxurious silks, but also an array of profound shadows, and among them, cloaked in the ubiquitous dust and profound silence, the Knights Templar steadfastly pursued their secret pilgrimage eastward, following a trail that no pontiff could ever sanction and no monarch could ever hope to command. There were transcendent instances along the Templars' clandestine journey when the desolate desert landscape would abruptly give way to a verdant oasis, a sudden burst of life amidst the desolation. And there, artfully nestled behind dense groves of date palms or meticulously carved into the sheer faces of towering cliffs, they would stumble upon sacred sites that seemed to predate the very concept of human memory. These were not the imposing grand cathedrals of cut stone that dotted the European landscape, but rather modest, secluded chapels, meticulously constructed by hands that had toiled in profound secrecy, deliberately hidden from the powerful empires that held sway above them. Within the ancient caves of the Taklamakan Desert, they unearthed breathtaking frescoes, their vibrant pigments slowly succumbing to the relentless erosion of time, depicting saints whose serene visages bore an intriguing blend of both Christian and Buddhist characteristics, their flowing robes appearing to seamlessly merge distinct spiritual traditions. Flickering candles cast dancing shadows before altars where the revered symbols of the cross were intricately carved alongside delicate lotus petals, suggesting that the original builders had perceived no inherent contradiction in this harmonious fusion of diverse spiritual worlds. The Templars stood in profound awe, recognizing with a deep sense of understanding that in these remote sanctuaries, faith had discovered a way not only to endure, but to truly flourish, entirely independent of the official sanction of Rome or the sacred authority of Jerusalem. Further westward, in the ancient lands of Persia, they gained entry into humble chapels meticulously maintained by Nestorian Christians, their devout priests clad in simple, unadorned robes, their prayers resonating softly in the ancient Syriac tongue. These small, intimate sanctuaries were adorned not with the lavish opulence of gold, but with exquisitely simple carvings of doves and stars, symbols of peace and divine guidance, and venerable elder, whose flowing white beard cascaded like a pristine river of snow, presented the Templars with an ancient manuscript, its worn leather binding a testament to its age. Its archaic script recounted a forgotten epoch when apostles had journeyed eastward, carrying with them sacred words that had taken deep root far beyond the watchful gaze of emperors. The Templars, listening to the familiar, comforting cadences of the prayers uttered in an unfamiliar language, grasped with profound clarity that the sacred message they were sworn to protect was by no means confined solely to the geographical boundaries of Europe. It had, in fact, long since traversed towering mountains and vast, unforgiving seas. There were even hushed murmurs of more deeply hidden churches nestled within the rugged mountains of Armenia and the secluded valleys of India, where ancient stone walls bore intricate inscriptions not in the familiar Latin, but in languages entirely unknown to the knights. In one unassuming village situated along the banks of the mighty Indus River, they discovered a chapel where the very floor was meticulously inlaid with intricate patterns of stars. A resident monk elucidated that these celestial patterns precisely aligned with the heavens above, and that the entire architectural structure itself functioned as a sophisticated map, guiding those who possess the esoteric knowledge to decipher it towards a profound, overarching truth. The Templars, deeply moved by this revelation, respectfully left offerings there, sensing that they had, in that sacred moment, brushed against the very edge of something truly eternal. A great many of these secluded chapels were safeguarded not by armed sentinels, but by an encompassing aura of profound silence. Their precise locations were meticulously transmitted through successive generations, whispered only to those pilgrims who had unequivocally proven themselves worthy of such sacred trust. A traveler might only learn of the existence of one such sanctuary after months of shared companionship on the arduous road, when initial suspicion had gradually yielded to a bond of genuine trust. To casual outsiders, these sacred sites typically appeared as nothing more than ordinary caves or long-abandoned shrines. Yet within their hallowed confines, the air was thick with the fragrant aroma of burning incense, and the ancient walls bore inscriptions of prayers that were strictly forbidden in kingdoms where the established church held absolute dominion. The Templars began to perceive these extraordinary places as vital way stations along their clandestine spiritual pilgrimage. In each sanctuary, they were profoundly reminded that the essence of faith could not possibly be constrained by artificial political borders or the rigid decrees of religious dogma. In one particular cave, they encountered a simple wooden cross, reverently draped with fresh, vibrant flowers. In another, they beheld a poignant mural of Christ, depicted with distinct features that were unmistakably Eastern rather than Western. His eyes long and imbued with an ethereal serenity, his hand gently raised in a gesture of blessing over a people far removed from the ecclesiastical authority of Rome. Each successive encounter served to deepen their steadfast conviction that their venerable order had not been established merely to engage in martial conflicts, but rather to meticulously safeguard profound mysteries that ultimately transcended the ephemeral battles of kings and emperors. Some of these chapels served as repositories for sacred relics, objects of quiet and profound devotion meticulously passed down through generations in utmost secrecy. There was a fragment of ancient cloth, reverently believed to have originated from the holy city of Jerusalem. Another held a chalice, exquisitely carved from dark onyx, filled not with sacramental wine, but with pure desert water during their solemn ceremonies. Yet another contained a stone tablet, intricately etched with words that spoke of hidden gospels, texts deliberately obscured from widespread knowledge. The knights, in their profound respect, did not remove these cherished relics, but they diligently memorized the prayers softly whispered over them, carrying those sacred words within their hearts in profound silence, as if they themselves were priceless treasures. However, not all who approached these hallowed chapels did so with genuine reverence or pure intentions. There were insidious spies dispatched by various empires, keenly eager to expose whatever was hidden within, to forcibly bring these quiet sanctuaries under the oppressive heel of reigning monarchs. The Templars, ever vigilant, sometimes stood guard throughout the night, cloaked in deep shadow, their formidable swords drawn only if the sanctity of silence and secrecy was directly imperiled. They thus became unseen protectors of sacred spaces that, in their essence, belonged to no one and simultaneously to everyone. For them, this profound role felt less like an onerous duty and more like the inevitable unfolding of a divine destiny. It was within the hallowed confines of one of these very chapels, nestled deep within the towering mountains near the ancient city of Samarkand, that they became privy to a story that would irrevocably alter the trajectory of their entire journey. A venerable monk, his voice barely a whisper, no louder than the delicate flicker of a candle flame, recounted to them an ancient prophecy. It foretold that knights, bearing the deep wounds of betrayal, would journey from the distant west, and that they would discover in the mystical east not only a much-needed refuge, but also a profound, transformative revelation. The prophecy spoke of a paramount secret, meticulously interred within the lands beyond the formidable mountains, a truth that had lain concealed for many centuries, patiently awaiting the arrival of guardians brave enough to courageously carry it forward into a new era. The Templar Knights departed from the sacred edifice under the cloak of night, their movements hushed as the biting desert wind, a keen adversary, whipped at the heavy fabric of their cloaks. An unspoken understanding permeated their ranks. Each knight held a profound realization that their current expedition transcended mere banishment or flight. They had, in fact, been drawn into an intricate tapestry of fate, its threads spanning vast continental expanses, connecting them irrevocably to ancient pronouncements and wisdom that had echoed through the ages, long preceding their own existence. And so, with every clandestine chapel they encountered, every altar hewn from solid stone and illuminated by the wavering glow of candles, the Templars bore not only the enigmatic tenets of their own order, but also the profound spiritual heritage of innumerable long-vanished devotees. The path stretching before them remained shrouded in uncertainty, yet they trod it with unwavering resolve, recognizing their role as custodians of truths that transcended the ephemeral boundaries of earthly realms and the relentless march of temporal existence. Before the Templars, the legendary Silk Road unfurled itself, resembling a vast, sinuous river composed of ochre dust and boundless potential, its ancient course meandering inexorably across desolate deserts, formidable mountain ranges, and vibrant urban centers, where a cacophony of tongues intermingled and clashed, much like ocean waves upon a shore. Long processions of caravans, groaning under the considerable burden of shimmering silks, aromatic spices, and dazzling jewels, traversed its expanse, their distinctive bells emitting a gentle, resonant chime, carried by the parched, whispering breeze. Nonetheless, beneath the overt commotion of commerce and the superficial gleam of material riches, there pulsated an undercurrent of something far more ancient and profound, a stream of esoteric wisdom, of clandestine information meticulously exchanged, much like precious coinage covertly changing hands in the deepest hours of night. The Templars, ever discreet, journeyed incognito, their distinctive white mantles meticulously stowed, and their formidable swords cleverly concealed beneath the unadorned folds of common cloaks. Assimilation was key. Amidst the throngs of traders, they expertly adopted the guise of merchants, diligently mastering the intricate art of negotiation for bolts of fine fabric and small sacks of pungent pepper. Their formerly commanding voices modulated, adapting to the nuanced cadences of commercial exchange and the hushed tones necessitated by clandestine inquiries. Despite their outward transformation, their gazes remained acutely perceptive, ever scanning for subtle indications that this venerable thoroughfare conveyed more than mere commodities, that it also bore the faint, tantalizing whispers of the profound mysteries they relentlessly pursued. Upon reaching Samarkand, the venerable city revealed itself to them not merely as a geographical location, but rather as a vibrant, breathing compendium of human experience and knowledge. Its majestic minarets ascended gracefully towards the cerulean heavens, their intricate glazed tiles glistening with an ethereal luminescence akin to distant stars, while its bustling bazaars resonated with a pulsating chorus of dialects emanating from every conceivable quadrant of the known globe. Within its vibrant confines, a Venetian merchant might be observed bartering delicate glass beads with a distinguished Mongol noble, while elsewhere, a learned Persian scholar engaged in spirited discourse with an Indian sojourner beneath the generous canopy of a verdant fig tree. The Templars, ever attentive, absorbed these disparate fragments of wisdom in profound silence, mentally charting the intricate, often unseen, linkages that bound together these far-flung territories. It was within the hallowed libraries of Samarkand, meticulously safeguarded by erudite scholars whose eyes gleamed with the intense fervor of intellectual pursuit, that they encountered ancient texts that defied conventional belief. Among these were venerable scrolls penned in classical Greek, which elucidated philosophical doctrines long presumed to be irretrievably lost to the intellectual heritage of Europe. Furthermore, comprehensive treatises on medical science detailed therapeutic remedies utterly unfamiliar in the Western world, employing potent herbs meticulously harvested from the lofty Himalayan slopes. Most remarkably, within a securely fastened chamber, they were granted a glimpse of an ancient parchment, its contents alluding to a venerable bloodline that had journeyed eastward, a revelation that resonated deeply within their very souls, stirring profound emotions. The archaic script itself was exceedingly ancient, its individual letters gracefully coiling and intertwining like tendrils of old vines. And while the venerable scholar who unveiled this artifact professed no personal comprehension of its cryptic significance, the Templars unequivocally discerned within its mysterious pronouncements a resonant echo of their own deeply concealed and sacred quest. Venturing further eastward to Kashgar, the Templars arrived at a bustling market just as dawn was breaking, where local traders were meticulously unfurling intricately woven rugs adorned with symbolic patterns that struck the knights as eerily recognizable. These designs included crosses artfully integrated within circular frameworks, celestial stars interwoven with delicate lilies, and other distinct motifs that bore an astonishing resemblance to those meticulously carved into the venerable Templar chapels across Europe. When queried about the provenance of these distinctive patterns, the local weavers responded with indifferent shrugs, explaining that such artistry had been passed down from their grandmothers, who themselves had acquired the knowledge from enigmatic strangers who had traversed these lands many generations prior. This unexpected discovery created the distinct impression that a spectral presence, an ethereal forerunner of their own sacred order, had already journeyed along these ancient routes long before their present expedition. As dusk descended and the flickering flames of caravan campfires cast dancing shadows, the Templars would attentively absorb the myriad narratives recounted by their fellow travelers. These included compelling tales of devout monks who had traversed vast, unforgiving deserts, meticulously safeguarding concealed gospels, captivating legends of a sacred chalice that was once said to have reposed within a city subsequently engulfed by shifting sands, and hushed whispers concerning Western knights, enigmatic figures who had journeyed eastward into obscurity long ago, their ultimate destinies remaining shrouded in mystery. Regardless of whether these accounts were rooted in historical fact or ethereal myth, they were invariably shared with a profound reverence that instilled in the Templar Knights a growing conviction that they were not utterly isolated in their arduous and clandestine undertaking. Beyond its allure and mystery, the Silk Road was also a perilous domain, fraught with considerable dangers. Marauding bandits frequently lay in ambush amidst the undulating dunes, patiently awaiting opportune moments to descend upon unsuspecting and fatigued travelers. On one memorable occasion, beneath a sky devoid of moonlight, the Templars gallantly rode forth to protect a caravan of Chinese merchants whose laden wagons had been violently assailed by a band of ruthless raiders. Their polished blades, wielded with expert precision, gleamed and flashed like ephemeral fragments of lightning in the inky darkness. And while the valiant knights meticulously refrained from disclosing their authentic identities, the grateful merchants subsequently recounted tales of enigmatic white shadows who had fought with the astonishing prowess and might of 10 men combined. These extraordinary narratives, subtly circulating through bustling markets and convivial inns, further augmented the burgeoning mythos of spectral protectors diligently patrolling the perilous trade routes. Ascending into the rarefied high passes of the Pamirs, where the atmospheric pressure diminished significantly and the celestial bodies appeared so near as to be almost within reach, the Templars uncovered yet another profound enigma. A knowledgeable caravan leader directed their path to an ancient shrine, meticulously carved directly into the living rock face, its interior walls adorned with intricate constellations vividly traced by the wavering illumination of numerous flickering oil lamps. This, the leader elucidated with solemnity, is indeed a map of the road. However, it is not a terrestrial chart. Rather, it is a celestial guide, derived from the heavens themselves. The Templars stood in contemplative silence, a profound realization dawning upon them. These ancient merchants had navigated their arduous journeys not solely by familiar landmarks and well-trodden trails, but also by meticulously interpreting the intricate patterns of the stars above. This revelation resonated deeply with long-standing, whispered rumors within their own sacred order, which posited that the very architecture of their revered temple was deliberately aligned with the celestial sphere, suggesting a grand, unified design encompassing both the terrestrial and the cosmic realms. However, the most profound and overarching enigma of the Silk Road did not reside merely in its valuable commodities, its inherent perils, or even its venerable shrines. Rather, it lay in the seamless and perpetual chain of cultural and intellectual linkage it fostered. It unveiled a world where abstract concepts and philosophical tenets could circulate with the same unhindered fluidity as the finest silk, where profound secrets could effortlessly traverse vast continental distances, cleverly disguised within the fabric of oral traditions, melodic compositions, or cryptic symbols. The Templars, navigating with discreet movements through this vibrant, living current of exchange, came to a profound understanding. Their sacred quest was not solely confined to the safeguarding of ancient relics, but extended to the crucial protection of the intricate, unseen threads that intricately wove and bound diverse civilizations into a coherent whole. During one particular night, while they bivouacked beneath a magnificent canopy of shimmering stars, a learned scholar who had joined their caravan began to recite a poetic verse in an ancient language utterly unfamiliar to any of the Templar knights. He subsequently elucidated that the verse spoke of a sacred cup, not a vessel fashioned from inert stone, but rather one composed of living flesh and blood, diligently carried eastward by individuals who had sought sanctuary from relentless persecution. A telling exchange of glances passed between the knights, laden with unspoken implications. The scholar's words bore an uncanny resemblance to their own deeply guarded secret, making them impossible to dismiss as mere coincidence. A profound question began to form in their minds. Could it be that the revered Holy Grail itself, conceptualized not as a tangible artifact, but as a vibrant, living lineage, had traversed these very ancient routes long before their own expedition? The venerable Silk Road continued to guide them ever deeper into the vast expanse of Asia. Yet more significantly, it propelled them into the intricate currents of a profound mystery that steadfastly resisted confinement within the boundaries of any single geographical territory or religious doctrine. Each ancient city they visited, every hallowed shrine they encountered, and every whispered legend they absorbed, appeared to converge, pointing towards a transcendent truth that surpassed the mere aggregation of its individual components. The knights pressed onward, their hearts burdened with a multitude of unresolved inquiries, their every movement seemingly directed by the spectral guidance of destiny, as if the very thoroughfare itself were inexorably drawing them towards a momentous revelation poised just beyond the visible horizon. Venturing into the secluded valleys of Tibet, the Templar Knights encountered an environment where the atmospheric density noticeably diminished. The towering mountains ascended to unprecedented heights, and the pervasive silence resonated with a depth far exceeding anything they had previously experienced. The pristine snow, sparkling like finely powdered crystal, adorned the majestic peaks that seemed to effortlessly pierce the very heavens, while vibrant prayer flags, imbued with sacred intentions, ceaselessly fluttered in the crisp wind, their myriad colors symbolically conveying ancient mantras into the boundless expanse of the sky. The Templars, their bodies fatigued from many arduous months of traversing the legendary Silk Road, discovered themselves stepping into a world utterly distinct from any they had ever witnessed, a mystical realm where the conventional flow of time appeared to be gracefully suspended, and where every solitary stone seemed to murmur ancient tales of eternity. It was within this rarefied landscape that they ultimately encountered the venerable monks, the dedicated custodians of the deeply concealed sutras. Their remote monastery, a beacon of spiritual devotion, clung precariously to a sheer cliffside, resembling a luminous white flame etched against the rugged rock. Its hallowed walls were adorned with exquisitely painted sacred murals, and its expansive halls resonated profoundly with the low, sonorous hum of chants that seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of one's soul. The sagacious monks extended an unreserved welcome to the unexpected strangers, graciously offering steaming bowls of rich butter tea, a comforting warmth against the pervasive mountain chill, and a tranquil space within their community for the weary travelers to find respite. Though the Templars divulged scant information concerning their true identities, the monks appeared to possess an innate ability to perceive beyond the spoken word, as if their enlightened eyes possessed the power to effortlessly penetrate the most intricate veils of secrecy. As night descended, within chambers illuminated by the soft, flickering glow of yak butter lamps, the knights were granted access to sacred scrolls of such immense antiquity that their delicate parchment would subtly flake and crumble at the slightest touch. These revered artifacts were the hidden sutras, sacred texts reputed to encompass not solely the profound teachings of the Buddha, but also an even more ancient strata of knowledge, invaluable fragments of wisdom meticulously safeguarded through epochs when mighty empires had crumbled into oblivion and flourishing cities had been reduced to dust. The serene monks elucidated, in their characteristically tranquil voices, that these precious sutras had been painstakingly transported across treacherous mountain ranges by dedicated wandering ascetics. Their preservation motivated not by a desire for temporal power, but by the solemn imperative to safeguard eternal truth. One particular scroll among this collection captivated the knights' attention so completely that it quite literally took their breath away. It contained references to a chalice, although the specific term itself was acknowledged as being alien to the indigenous Tibetan lexicon. Its translated description, however, bore an astonishing resonance with a venerable legend deeply familiar to the knights, that of a sacred vessel, not crafted from mere inert clay, but rather embodying a living spirit, entrusted with the transmission of a hallowed inheritance across diverse lands. A profound query hung in the rarefied air. Could this striking similarity be attributed to mere happenstance, a serendipitous coincidence? Or had the elusive whispers of the Holy Grail, the ultimate object of their quest, indeed permeated even this remote sanctuary, borne aloft by the very same enigmatic currents of destiny that had so inexorably guided the knights on their arduous eastward pilgrimage? The sagacious monks, rather than relying on mere didactic explanation, imparted their profound wisdom primarily through direct, experiential demonstration. They guided the knights into expansive meditation halls, where the very atmosphere thrummed with the resonant power of low, sonorous chants, the individual voices intertwining with an exquisite harmony, much like diverse rivers merging seamlessly into a vast, unified sea of sound. The vibrational resonance generated was so extraordinarily potent that the knights perceived it reverberating deep within their very skeletal structures, as though the ancient stones beneath their feet themselves pulsed with a concealed, vibrant life force. They received an earnest invitation to sit in quiet contemplation, to focus on their breath, and to allow the profound stillness of silence to become their most profound instructor. And in that hallowed space, for the inaugural time since the catastrophic downfall of their revered order, the knights experienced not the oppressive burden of their ongoing exile, but rather a peculiar, radiant sensation of inner peace. During the subsequent days, the Templars assimilated intriguing fragments of the monks' esoteric scientific knowledge. This included intricate charts of celestial bodies meticulously aligned with the architectural apertures of the temple, detailed diagrams illustrating the human anatomy permeated by streams of subtle energy imperceptible to the unassisted eye, and precise instructions for breathing techniques designed to induce tranquility in the heart and enhance mental acuity. Although the Templars did not yet possess a complete comprehension of these profound teachings, they instinctively recognized that this wisdom belonged to the same elevated order as their own deeply held mysteries. Indeed, another distinct pathway, yet one that inexorably led towards the identical, transcendent summit of ultimate truth. Yet, the sacred texts were not solely devoted to tranquil contemplation. Within a secluded chamber, secured by doors fastened with vibrant red cords, the monastic custodians unveiled ancient scrolls detailing conflicts predating recorded history, ceaseless battles between the forces of illumination and the encroaching shadows, always recurring, perpetually unresolved. One particular manuscript vividly portrayed guardians of hallowed relics, not unlike the Templars themselves, who had been entrusted with profound spiritual treasures. Another foretold a prophecy that emissaries from distant lands would one day journey forth, seeking that which had long been concealed, driven not by aspirations of conquest, but by an innate, profound yearning. The knights absorbed these revelations in profound silence. Their lives had been shaped by the conviction that their mission was singular, a divine mandate bestowed upon their venerable order by the heavens. Nevertheless, here, spanning vast mountain ranges and diverse cultural landscapes, they discerned their own reflections within an entirely different tradition, guardians, seekers, protectors of esoteric wisdom. Could their chosen path indeed be something far grander than a unique destiny? Perhaps it was but a thread in an intricate tapestry, a global network of clandestine custodians, each safeguarding a vital fragment of an overarching truth. One particular evening, as delicate snow descended in ethereal veils, the venerable abbot of the secluded monastery guided the knights to a clandestine cave, nestled high above the winding valley. Inside, the ancient walls were adorned with captivating frescoes, intricate circles nested within one another, vibrant flames gracefully encircling a lotus blossom, and at the very heart, a luminous chalice, radiant with an otherworldly glow. The knights gazed in utter astonishment, for the depicted image was undeniably that of the fabled Grail. The abbot, with a subtle, knowing smile, elucidated that its significance lay not as a tangible vessel, but as an enduring emblem of life, perpetually transmitted from one generation to the next. The true cup, he imparted, his voice resonating with quiet authority, resides within you. These words pierced their very souls, far more profoundly than any sharpened blade. They had tirelessly pursued sacred relics across tempestuous seas, meticulously guarded priceless treasures within impenetrable stone vaults, and valiantly risked their very lives for objects believed to possess immense power. Yet, in the rarefied air of these towering mountains, they were told that the authentic Grail was not an artifact to be possessed, but a profound truth to be embodied and lived. However, even as they were enveloped by this newfound awe, a subtle shadow of apprehension lingered. The abbot gravely cautioned that such profound knowledge was perpetually imperiled by ambitious kings who sought to subjugate it, by apprehensive priests who feared its implications, and by avaricious men who would inevitably contort its meaning for their own nefarious ends. You must carry the essence of what you have witnessed, he declared with solemnity, not to claim ownership over it, but to diligently safeguard its intrinsic flame until the opportune moment arrives. Upon the knight's departure, the monks bestowed upon them no tangible relic, no ancient scroll to authenticate their extraordinary journey. Instead, they gently placed a solitary knot of intricately woven thread into their hands, dyed in the vibrant hues of red, yellow, green, blue, and white, the very colors of the prayer flags that danced gracefully above the monastery. This, the abbot explained, his gaze serene, serves not as proof, but as a profound remembrance. Carry it, and the winding road itself will acknowledge your passage. The Templars rode away beneath the imposing, silent peaks, their hearts now brimming with inquiries far more profound than any definitive answers. They had embarked on a quest for knowledge, and instead discovered reflections of their own souls. They had diligently searched for a specific relic, and instead uncovered a transformative revelation. And though the majestic mountains gradually receded behind them, the resonant echoes of the monks, melodic chants seemed to accompany them, a subtle hum weaving through the very rhythm of their onward journey, propelling them towards destinies still shrouded in mystery. The company of knights descended from the lofty Tibetan highlands into valleys teeming with vibrant vitality. The ambient air grew progressively warmer, the terrain lushly greener, and before long, they found themselves at a pivotal juncture where disparate worlds seamlessly converged. Here stretched the legendary Silk Road, an immense artery of vibrant commerce and whispered lore, where endless caravans of camels plodded in stately procession, their bells chiming like distant, hushed invocations, laden with precious silks, exotic spices, delicate glass, and untold secrets. This venerable thoroughfare was more than a mere conduit for material goods. It was a flowing river of innovative ideas, diverse faiths, and subtle whispers that permeated every remote corner of the known world. The Templars, who had once served as vigilant guardians of Europe's sacred foundations, now transformed into intrepid wanderers navigating this expansive global network. They were no longer the archetypal knights of formidable stone fortresses or austere crusader encampments, but rather cloaked horsemen, seamlessly integrated into the moving caravans. Their distinctive armor meticulously concealed beneath layers of common cloth, their heraldic symbols obscured by the pervasive dust of the road. Yet, in the discerning gazes of the myriad merchants and devout pilgrims, they continued to exude an undeniable aura of enigma, as if others intuitively sensed they bore a rare and significant burden. Along the serpentine path, they frequently encountered echoes of their own profound purpose. In bustling markets beneath magnificent domes adorned with shimmering turquoise tiles, erudite Muslim traders recounted tales of hidden brotherhoods, sworn to safeguard ancient knowledge far predating the reign of kings. In humble roadside inns, venerable Chinese scholars recited lyrical poems celebrating immortal sages who partook from exquisite jade cups, vessels that bestowed profound wisdom rather than mere wine. Even itinerant mystics, clad in tattered garments and murmuring arcane phrases to the wind, spoke of a fiery chalice, vigilantly guarded by men from the Occidental lands. The knights began to grasp that their own burgeoning legend had, in fact, preceded them, intricately woven into the very fabric of the Silk Road, like another precious commodity. However, the road was also perpetually fraught with peril. Marauding bandits ceaselessly haunted its desolate stretches, launching swift, brutal assaults from rocky, concealed outcrops. Formidable Mongol patrols relentlessly demanded tribute, their keen eyes sharply scrutinizing for any signs of espionage. Rival clandestine orders lurked in the pervasive shadows, unseen yet undeniably present. The formidable assassins of Persia, the enigmatic secret societies of China, and the veiled agents dispatched by distant, powerful courts. The knights traversed this landscape under a self-imposed banner of silence, acutely aware that a single misstep could expose them to a host of adversaries, both ancient and newly emerging. At the advent of night, the sprawling road metamorphosed into a mesmerizing theater illuminated by flickering firelight. Caravans prudently formed defensive circles with their wagons for collective security. Fires blazed fiercely against the biting desert chill, and a cacophony of voices mingled in dozens of disparate tongues. The Templars habitually sequestered themselves, intently listening. A seasoned trader might regale listeners with accounts of cities paved with gleaming gold far in the mystical east. A contemplative monk might speak of a sacred mountain where the celestial realm seemingly touched the terrestrial. A traveler hailing from distant India might softly whisper of a luminous jewel hidden deep within a temple, one that pulsed with an internal, living radiance. Each narrative was a mere fragment, a shimmering shard of a grander, intricate mosaic, subtly hinting at profound truths disseminated widely across various nations. It was within one such encampment that the knights unexpectedly encountered a spectral presence. A cloaked figure approached them with an unnerving lack of hesitation, as if he had been patiently awaiting their arrival. His visage remained shrouded, his voice a hushed murmur, yet his words struck with remarkable precision. You pursue that which cannot be physically carried. You follow that which cannot be possessed. He elucidated the Grail not as a tangible relic, but as a journey itself, boundless, labyrinthine, perpetually leading onward. When they pressed him for his identity, he simply responded, "A traveler," and then melted effortlessly back into the throng, never to be seen by them again. Days seamlessly transitioned into weeks, and the sprawling road itself became a profound mirror, reflecting life's inherent dualities. For every genuine treasure, there invariably existed a cunning thief. For every revered holy man, there was a deceptive charlatan. For every authentic fragment of wisdom, a convincing counterfeit. The knights gradually honed their ability to discern truth, not primarily through spoken words, but by the profound weight of the silence that invariably followed. When a narrative left them feeling disquieted, they judiciously dismissed it. When a tale left them utterly hushed in contemplation, they held it close to their hearts. In the magnificent metropolis of Samarkand, beneath soaring minarets that shimmered like polished sapphire spears, they ventured into sprawling bazaars where ancient scrolls from Byzantium lay alongside sacred sutras from India, and the intoxicating perfumes of Arabia mingled with the aromatic incense of China. Here, they caught a fleeting glimpse of the very ideal their order had long envisioned, a vibrant crossroads where the disparate cultures of East and West intricately intertwined. Yet even in this bustling nexus, shadows persistently trailed them. A clandestine message reached them, meticulously scrolled upon a delicate scrap of silk that had been surreptitiously slipped into their personal effects. Your brethren are under surveillance. The Occident has not forgotten you. The words sent a chilling tremor through them, despite the vast oceans and sprawling deserts that separated them from their European homeland. The pervasive influence of kings and pontiffs still extended its tendrils along the vital veins of the Silk Road. Somewhere amidst the diverse merchants and devout monks, There were watchful eyes reporting back across the immense expanse of the world. The Templars were no longer mere fugitives solely in the West. They were, in truth, fugitives everywhere. Nonetheless, the arduous journey also bestowed moments of serene wonder. They traversed vast deserts where the celestial bodies shone with the intensity of fiery rivers, far more resplendent than any sky they had ever witnessed. They navigated deep valleys where the wind sang haunting melodies through ancient stone arches, meticulously carved by forgotten civilizations. They paused at caravanserai, whose weathered walls were etched with the names of countless travelers who had preceded them, centuries of pilgrims leaving their indelible marks, like ephemeral shadows upon enduring stone. In these profound moments, the knights felt simultaneously diminished, yet eternally connected, carried forward by a powerful current far older than their own individual narratives. Yet the enigma of the Grail ceaselessly pressed upon them, not as a tangible relic, but as an ever-present question. Could its profound secret truly be concealed amidst these intricate currents of commerce and the ceaseless flow of time? Or had they merely been pursuing fleeting echoes, transient reflections, cast upon the shifting sands of memory? The Silk Road offered no definitive answers, only an infinite multitude of paths. And so, the knights pressed onward, their forms gradually dissolving into the pervasive dust, merging with the boundless horizon, following a trail that seemed to lead simultaneously everywhere and nowhere. The silent, watchful shadows moved in tandem with them, as if the very road itself possessed a sentient awareness, relentlessly testing their unwavering resolve. The deeper the Templars ventured into the east, the more the world seemed to unveil its concealed passages. The expansive road transported them beyond the arid deserts of Central Asia, through majestic mountain passes and across fertile, verdant plains, until the ambient air grew rich with the heavy scent of incense, and the surrounding languages shifted with the fluidity of converging rivers. Here, amidst an array of pagodas, sacred shrines, and ornate temples that glowed with the gentle radiance of lantern light, they encountered individuals who appeared to exist beyond the conventional confines of time itself. These were mystics, whose entire lives were dedicated not to the pursuit of earthly crowns or the fervor of crusades, but to the profound and intricate mysteries of the human soul. The knights first found themselves hospitably received at a monastery intricately carved directly into the imposing face of a mountain, where the ancient walls were adorned with breathtaking murals depicting majestic dragons and serene lotus flowers blossoming upon tranquil pools of stillness. The monks, clad in robes of vibrant saffron and deep crimson, bowed with profound deference and graciously offered their guests simple rice and soothing tea. To the knights, these men outwardly appeared unarmed and utterly defenseless, yet their penetrating gazes held an extraordinary depth that seemed to effortlessly pierce through the formidable armor of secrecy the Templars habitually wore. As dusk settled, the monks guided them into a grand hall where massive bronze bells hung suspended like colossal burnished moons. The very air vibrated intensely as the bells were struck, filling the entire chamber with resonant waves of sound that seemed to reverberate deep within the very bones of all who listened. An elder, his countenance deeply etched like an ancient folded parchment, addressed the knights with a voice devoid of harshness, yet laden with profound inquiry. "You tirelessly pursue a vessel, yet might not the vessel itself be the very corporeal form we inhabit? And could the invaluable treasure you diligently safeguard not be the ethereal breath that animates all humanity? His queries, uttered without the slightest hint of accusation or judgment, cast a contemplative hush over the battle-hardened Templars, leaving them in profound silence. Soon thereafter, their odyssey led them into a secluded valley, a place where vast bamboo forests swayed and rustled, their murmurs evoking the spectral whispers of restless, unseen spirits. Here they encountered another enigmatic mystic, a solitary wayfarer clad only in the simplest, unadorned robes, possessing no worldly goods save for a staff crafted from a piece of gnarled, ancient wood. This wanderer spoke eloquently of the Tao, articulating a profound path that defied conventional naming, describing it as an unseen, subterranean current that flowed ceaselessly beneath the entire fabric of existence. For him, the fabled Grail was neither a tangible relic nor a hallowed lineage, but rather an omnipresent current of cosmic harmony that individuals could perceive and connect with only when they released their desperate grip on material desires. Should one clutch too fiercely, he gently admonished them, this elusive stream will inevitably slip through their fingers. However, if one chooses to walk in accord with its flow, it will unerringly guide them precisely where they are destined to go. While some among the knights, their spirits hardened by countless battles and their intellects sharpened by years of relentless pursuit, summarily dismissed such profound words as mere perplexing riddles, a discernible stir began within the hearts of others. It was as if these enigmatic strangers were meticulously peeling back layers of protective veils, revealing truths they had never before conceived of lifting. A nascent question began to form. Could it be that the Grail's ultimate secret was not intended to be immured within solid stone or fiercely defended by gleaming swords, but rather to be inhaled, exhaled, and lived in profound, resonant silence? As time unfolded, the Templars arrived at a meticulously cultivated temple garden, a sanctuary where delicate cherry blossoms drifted earthward like a gentle pink snowfall. Within this serene setting, they bore witness to an intricate ritual unlike any they had ever encountered. Candles, arranged in precise, deliberate patterns, cast their flickering light into the deepening night, while fragrant incense spiraled gracefully upwards, weaving ethereal patterns in the air. Robed figures moved with measured grace, tracing intricate circles upon the hallowed earth. It was whispered among the locals that this was a sacred nexus, a place where the celestial realm intimately touched the human heart, where those who cultivated an acute sense of listening might discern the faint, eternal voice of eternity itself. One night, whose unwavering faith had been rigorously tested by years of arduous exile and ceaseless wandering, reverently knelt amidst the soft carpet of fallen blossoms. There, he experienced a profound stillness, an inner quietude that transcended the familiar solace of prayer, as if the very ground beneath him held the ancient, whispered memory of a primordial secret. The various mystics and sages they encountered throughout this journey never once inquired about their identities or the elusive object they carried. Instead, they regarded the knights with an almost preternatural understanding, as if they already possessed complete knowledge, treating the Templars not as mere strangers, but as integral participants in an overarching narrative that had been unfolding since long before their sacred order was even conceived. Your particular path is but one segment of a grander circle, one venerable sage softly murmured, his gaze ancient and knowing. And all circles, without exception, are destined to return to their origin. However, not every encounter on their arduous expedition proved to be one of peaceful contemplation. In a stark, wind-swept province, they chanced upon a sect of ascetics whose extreme spiritual practices verged perilously close to self-destructive fanaticism. These zealous men ardently believed that true enlightenment could only be attained through the most punishing extremes: prolonged starvation, excruciating physical pain, and the absolute severance of all earthly and fleshly attachments. Their leader, a figure of skeletal gauntness, with eyes that burned with a feverish intensity, asserted with unshakable conviction that he possessed knowledge of a potent relic capable of altering the very destiny of empires. He pledged to reveal its hidden resting place, but only if the knights first submitted themselves to his grueling, perilous trials. The Templars, sensing the precipice of his madness, prudently declined his offer. Yet, as they rode away, the unsettling question lingered in their minds. Had he truly spoken a profound truth, or was he merely another ephemeral shadow cast by the world's insatiable and often destructive obsession with power? Through each successive encounter, the knights gradually began to discern a recurring pattern. Every mystic they met consistently spoke in enigmatic riddles concerning vessels, intricate paths, and endless circles, yet never once employed the concrete, tangible terms for which the Templars so desperately yearned. Not a single individual could present them with a physical cup, an ancient scroll, or a verifiable relic to unequivocally validate the worthiness of their arduous search. Instead, these encounters left them burdened with an ever-increasing number of profound questions, each one feeling far heavier than the material treasures they had once meticulously hoarded within the impregnable walls of their fortresses. The Grail, it now seemed, existed paradoxically both everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. It manifested in the serene stillness of a temple bell's fading resonance, in the gentle hush that permeated ancient bamboo groves, and in the silent, graceful descent of a single cherry blossom. And yet, the very elusiveness of its nature, the fact that it could not be physically grasped, paradoxically propelled the knights further along their quest. Their mission, which had initially commenced with the clang of swords and the gleam of gold, had now subtly transformed, unfolding amidst the profound silence and ethereal smoke of incense, in symbols too vast and all-encompassing for any single mortal to claim as their own. As the Templars ultimately departed these profound lands, carrying within their minds the resonant voices of monks, venerable sages, and intrepid wanderers, they found themselves irrevocably changed. Their heavy armor now felt even more burdensome, their closely guarded secrets more fragile and vulnerable, but their collective vision had expanded immeasurably, stretching to encompass horizons previously unimagined. The mystical East had not bestowed upon them the tangible Grail, but it had imparted something far more profound, something they could not yet articulate or name. It was a dawning realization that their arduous journey was no longer fundamentally about possession, but rather about a gradual, profound revelation. And still, somewhere beyond the distant horizon, persistent whispers continued to beckon. Whispers of a sacred mountain perpetually shrouded in cloud, of ancient scrolls meticulously guarded by sages far older than any earthly kingdom, of a final, ultimate threshold where the Grail might yet be unveiled in its full glory. The knights pressed onward, the ethereal words of the mystics echoing like distant, resonant bells within the recesses of their minds, inexorably drawing them deeper into the intricate labyrinth of fate. The arduous road eastward ultimately led the Templars into a world utterly unlike any they had ever before encountered. Gone were the familiar, undulating plains and the relentless desert winds. Before them now towered mountains of such immense scale that they appeared to be the very foundational walls of heaven itself. Peaks crowned in an eternal mantle of pristine white, their majestic summits glowing with the fiery intensity of embers beneath the setting sun. These were the Himalayas, a realm of profound mysticism, largely impassable, and widely whispered to be the sacred abode of ancient gods. The formidable journey commenced at the base of deep valleys where crystalline rivers, fed by ancient glaciers, tumbled downwards, their waters astonishingly cold and pure. Quaint villages clung tenaciously to the steep mountain slopes, their roofs constructed of sturdy stone and timber, often adorned with vibrant prayer flags that fluttered ceaselessly in the brisk mountain winds. The knights, their spirits already hardened by countless years of arduous travel, felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance here, as if every single step they took was meticulously observed by the unseen, watchful gaze of ancient guardians dwelling in the towering heights. Even their usually steadfast horses exhibited a palpable unease, their breath pluming into the frigid air like nascent smoke. As they ascended, the path grew progressively narrower, twisting precariously along sheer cliffs, where even a solitary misstep would inevitably plunge them into abysses of such profound depth that no mortal could possibly survive. Distant avalanches thundered with an echoing roar, and the vast sky itself seemed to draw closer, its myriad stars burning with the piercing intensity of ancient, watchful eyes. Nights were brutally bitter, the pervasive cold so fierce that even their tempered steel weaponry felt brittle and fragile. Yet with each new dawn, breathtaking vistas of such unparalleled beauty were revealed that the Templars often felt their crushing burdens momentarily lighten. The world unfurled beneath them like an immense, intricately illuminated manuscript, with deep valleys inked in profound shadow and towering peaks exquisitely edged in fiery light. Within one particularly secluded gorge, they encountered reclusive hermits who had made their austere homes in caves meticulously carved into the unforgiving cliffs. Wrapped in coarse woolen robes, their faces were deeply tanned and weathered by the relentless sun. They communicated through sonorous chants that rolled like distant thunder, yet paradoxically conveyed a strange and profound serenity. They offered the weary knights yak butter lamps and steaming bowls of nourishing broth, simple gestures of unexpected kindness in a world that seemed intent on stripping all men bare of pretense. One venerable hermit, his long beard as white as the surrounding snows, traced a deliberate circle upon the cold stone floor with his finger. "What you earnestly seek lies beyond," he uttered softly, his voice a mere whisper. But beyond is not always synonymous with forward. His words, much like so many enigmatic pronouncements before, served as both a cautionary warning and a perplexing riddle. Venturing deeper into the formidable mountains, the Templars unexpectedly stumbled upon a monastery, majestically perched upon a rugged ridge like a stone crown adorning the landscape. Its ancient walls were adorned with vibrant murals depicting luminous, otherworldly beings, some possessing multiple arms, others with faces that were simultaneously serene and terrifying in their power. Inside, the heavy air was thick with the rich scent of incense, and the low, resonant murmur of chanting monks reverberated throughout, akin to the rhythmic beating of a hidden, colossal heart. The monks welcomed them not as mere strangers, but as long-anticipated pilgrims. Before their astonished eyes, ancient scrolls were carefully unrolled, filled with intricate scripts that none of them could decipher, curved letters that appeared to flow gracefully like rivers across the aged parchment. One particular scroll, the monks explained through an eloquent series of gestures, recounted the tale of a sacred relic brought long ago by intrepid travelers from distant, forgotten lands. It spoke of a vessel, radiant and eternally unbroken, meticulously hidden within the very folds of the towering mountains themselves. The Templars exchanged quick, meaningful glances. Could this indeed be the Grail, carried eastward even before their order had assumed its sacred guardianship? Or was it merely another potent symbol, another resonant echo of the elusive truth they so desperately sought? Days seamlessly bled into weeks as they traversed ever higher passes. Blinding snow assaulted their eyes, and the biting frost painfully burned their exposed skin. Yet, during the long, frigid nights, beneath skies ablaze with an unimaginable multitude of stars, some nights swore they heard ethereal voices carried on the wind, whispers like ancient chants, beckoning them forward, guiding them toward something that perpetually lingered just beyond their reach. The mountains themselves seemed imbued with life, not merely inert stone and ice, but a living, breathing threshold between disparate worlds. One particular evening, as the horizon blazed with a spectacular display of gold and crimson hues, a sudden violent storm compelled them to seek shelter within a cavern. There, they discovered strange, ancient carvings etched upon the cave walls, intricate spirals, familiar crosses, and distinct shapes that strikingly resembled chalices. The knights ignited their torches and stared in profound silence, their breaths momentarily clouding in the frigid air. Had others journeyed here before them? Could it be that their sacred order's deepest secret was not confined solely to the Western world, but possessed ancient roots that extended even to these remote, towering heights? A young knight, his steadfast faith profoundly shaken by the ceaseless barrage of riddles, whispered aloud, his voice barely audible, "What if the Grail is not ours to possess at all? What if, instead, it truly belongs to the entire world?" His unsettling words lingered in the cavern like wisps of smoke, deeply unsettling the others. The profound silence that followed felt immeasurably heavier than the colossal stone ceiling above their heads. Beyond the treacherous passes, the knights finally reached a vast plateau where the boundless sky itself seemed so close it felt almost tangible. Here, they encountered a gathering of llamas, seated in concentric circles beneath the open expanse, chanting rhythmically as deep drums and resonant horns reverberated powerfully across the expansive land. The Templars observed in profound awe, realizing with a sudden clarity that these men sought not conquest or material wealth, but rather the intricate weaving of heaven and earth through the potent mediums of sound and fervent prayer. One venerable lama, his face deeply weathered by the elements, but radiating a profound kindness, turned to them and spoke with quiet authority. The cup you so diligently guard is but a mere image. The true vessel is the heart itself. Guard that with unwavering devotion, and no earthly empire can ever wrest it from your grasp. By the time they finally began their descent from the majestic mountains, the Templars were profoundly transformed. They had endured relentless storms, profound silences, and startling revelations that cut far deeper than any physical sword. The formidable Himalayas had tested not only their physical strength and endurance, but also their very fundamental understanding of their sacred quest. And yet, as they finally left the imposing shadow of those colossal peaks, they carried with them a greater number of profound questions than definitive answers. Somewhere beyond the mountains, it was rumored, lay hidden kingdoms uncharted on the maps of Europe. Lands where ancient scrolls spoke of treasures possessing the power to bend the very fate of empires. The knights pressed onward, their breath still faintly haunted by the thin, rarefied air of the heights, their hearts unsettled by the unsettling thought that perhaps the Grail had always been just beyond their tangible grasp. The towering mountains receded behind them, but their profound presence lingered like an indelible dream, the pervasive sense that they had passed through a monumental gate, not merely of stone, but of destiny itself. Having traversed the formidable, ice-bound peaks of the Himalayas, the valiant Templars descended into an array of valleys that defied all their prior experiences. Within these verdant confines, the atmosphere possessed a gentle quality, yet it remained invigoratingly crisp, infused with the rich scent of coniferous trees and a medley of untamed botanicals. Meandering waterways gracefully snaked like lustrous silver filaments across expanses of vibrant, jewel-toned meadows, while dispersed hamlets appeared utterly unaffected by the ceaseless strife of monarchs and the fervent religious campaigns that plagued their distant homelands. This remote territory seemed to murmur tales of profound seclusion, hinting at sovereign domains long shielded from the expansive reach of European powers and the ecclesiastical authority of the papacy. Existing in a state of serene tranquility, as the wider global sphere was consumed by the devastating conflagrations of holy wars. For many years, the Templars had gathered fragmented accounts of such extraordinary territories from the diverse array of merchants and intrepid adventurers who plied the ancient routes of the Silk Road. These were fabled kingdoms where the very demarcation between ancient myth and verifiable historical fact seemed to dissolve into an ethereal haze. Whispers had circulated concerning the legendary Shambhala, often described as an ethereal city of pure illumination, purportedly nestled in secret within the earth's concealed recesses. Other narratives alluded to the enigmatic kingdom of Prester John, a potent Christian monarch whose regal court was believed to be situated in a mystical location somewhere to the east of Eden, beyond the known world. The knights, in their practical and martial existence, possessed no means of discerning whether these captivating narratives were mere flights of imaginative fantasy or profound, divinely inspired prophecies. Yet, at this very moment, as they stood poised upon elevated ridges, gazing down upon vast expanses of terrain utterly absent from their meticulously drawn European cartographies, they experienced an overwhelming sensation, as if they had physically entered the very essence and living spirit of legend itself, breathing its ancient air. Their arduous journey eventually guided them into a formidable walled city, a place where the prevailing architectural style presented a fascinating fusion of robust, defensive stone fortresses and exquisitely crafted, fragile wooden temples, the latter boasting intricate eaves adorned with vivid depictions of coiling dragons and delicate lotus blossoms. The local populace received the arrival of the knights with a noticeable blend of reserved welcome and intense, speculative curiosity. The unfamiliar metallic sheen of the Templars' European armor shimmered with an unusual brilliance under the soft, flickering luminescence of the lanterns, and their distinctive crosses appeared simultaneously recognizable and profoundly foreign to the local priests, who offered blessings using ritualistic gestures and incantations that remained entirely inscrutable to the visiting knights. Within the expansive, echoing confines of this city's grand hall, they were formally granted an audience with the reigning monarch, a figure adorned not in the customary gold and jewels of Western royalty, but in luxurious silk fabrics meticulously embroidered with celestial patterns and constellations. He afforded them his undivided, silent attention as the Templars recounted the history of their venerable order, detailed the injustices of their recent persecution, and articulated the profound spiritual objective of their quest for a sacred relic reputedly imbued with extraordinary divine power. Upon the conclusion of the Templars' impassioned narrative, the king offered a subtle, enigmatic smile. "The very essence of what you tirelessly pursue," he began, his voice possessing a profound tranquility, akin to the serene surface of an undisturbed lake, "has traversed countless distant territories and passed through the hands of myriad peoples. Yet, it is an immutable truth that those who endeavor to grasp it with excessive possessiveness are inevitably consumed and undone by its immense power." He then commanded his scholarly scribes to present ancient scrolls and elaborate maps, documents inscribed with intricate characters in languages entirely beyond the comprehension of the Western Knights, yet which appeared to delineate intricate pathways spanning vast deserts, winding rivers, and expansive oceans. The erudite scholars of the king's court proceeded to narrate the saga of a venerable relic, once borne by individuals originating from the Western world many centuries prior to the Templars' own existence. They depicted it as a radiant and indestructible vessel, which had mysteriously disappeared into the formidable mountain ranges ages ago. Diverse theories circulated. Some held the conviction that it remained concealed within a secluded valley, diligently safeguarded by an order of reclusive monks. Others posited that it had been irrevocably drawn into the earth's depths during a cataclysmic earthquake, metaphorically swallowed whole by the very maw of the mountain. "Do not fixate your search upon the mere physical artifact," one sagacious scholar cautioned with solemnity, "for the tangible object is but a fleeting shadow. Endeavor instead to uncover the profound truth it mirrors, and in that enlightened pursuit, you shall ultimately discover the true light." During their prolonged stay within the confines of this enigmatic kingdom, the Templars began to discern profound parallels in the local expressions of faith, which, in their peculiar manifestations, strikingly reflected elements of their own deeply held beliefs. Within one sacred temple, their gaze fell upon ancient, intricate carvings depicting a serene figure enthroned upon a lotus blossom, gracefully holding aloft a mystical vessel from which an incandescent light emanated, spilling forth with the intensity and brilliance of pure fire. Although distinctly divergent in its artistic representation, this image resonated powerfully, echoing the hallowed chalice that frequently appeared in their own prophetic visions and spiritual aspirations. Elsewhere, in a secluded shrine, they encountered a vivid mural portraying a company of men embarking upon a perilous voyage across vast, turbulent seas, their journey guided by the unwavering beacon of a solitary star. This depiction struck the knights as eerily familiar, instantly recalling the cherished narratives of the Magi from their own sacred Gospels. A profound question began to stir within their disciplined minds. Was it conceivable that across the immense expanse of centuries, transcending the barriers of diverse languages and the rise and fall of mighty empires, all these disparate narratives and spiritual quests were, in fact, converging, pointing inexorably toward the very same concealed, eternal flame of truth, under the shroud of a particular night, as the luminous flames of torches danced and flickered with mesmerizing shadows upon the ancient palace walls. A venerable sage, whose arrival was entirely unprompted and unexpected, materialized within the Templars' private quarters. His eyes, though clouded and dimmed by the passage of countless years, held an undeniable depth of wisdom, while his voice, surprisingly robust and clear, resonated with an ancient authority. The sacred Grail, in its profound essence, is not confined by any earthly boundaries or man-made demarcations, he imparted to them with quiet conviction. Rather, it functions as an ethereal mirror, reflecting back to each individual seeker precisely what they are prepared and destined to perceive within its depths. For some, it manifests as a hallowed chalice. For others, it takes the form of an illuminated scroll, a priceless jewel, or even a transcendent song. The truth you so diligently pursue has, in fact, already discovered you. You merely lack the recognition of its myriad faces. With this profound pronouncement, he dissolved as silently and mysteriously as he had appeared, fading into the encompassing shadows, leaving behind only the subtle, lingering fragrance of exotic sandalwood. The seasoned knights found themselves grappling intellectually and spiritually with the profound and challenging implications of the sage's enigmatic pronouncements. A disturbing yet compelling question began to take root in their minds. Could the sacred relic, which they had so zealously protected and revered throughout their order's history, transcend its perceived physical form and embody something far more abstract than a mere tangible object? Could it, in essence, be an overarching truth, multifaceted in its expression, finding its reflection in the unique narratives of every distinct culture, and articulated through the cadence of every human tongue? Such revolutionary concepts profoundly disquieted their ingrained certainties and traditional understanding. Nevertheless, despite their internal turmoil, they found it impossible to disregard the persistent, resonant echoes of this universal truth that seemed to manifest itself at every juncture of their extraordinary journey. As the designated moment for their departure from the secluded kingdom arrived, the king's loyal retinue furnished the Templars with ample provisions and dispatched experienced guides, charged with the responsibility of leading them deeper into the uncharted territories of the East. Prior to their final leave-taking, the monarch himself bestowed upon them a significant parting gift, a meticulously carved fragment of lustrous jade, fashioned into the distinct shape of a chalice. "Bear this with you," he instructed, his voice imbued with solemn wisdom, "not as a material treasure to be hoarded, but rather as a constant reminder that all physical vessels, no matter how precious, are ultimately destined to break and perish. It is only the profound essence and truth that they contain which truly endures through time." The Templars, profoundly affected by this gesture and its accompanying philosophy, bowed deeply, experiencing a level of spiritual humility and introspection entirely alien to the martial pride they had known and cultivated on the blood-soaked battlefields of Europe. As the Templars pressed forward, continuing their arduous journey into still more unexplored and mysterious lands, the extraordinary hidden kingdoms they had just departed gradually receded behind them, dissolving into memory with the ephemeral quality of a vivid dream vanishing at the break of dawn. Yet the profound impression and the lessons gleaned from these encounters persisted, a potent recollection of an ancient wisdom that predated any authoritative papal decree, of sovereign realms that consciously embraced a path of serene silence and introspective peace over the aggressive pursuit of territorial conquest, and of universal truths far too expansive and fundamental to be exclusively claimed or monopolized by any single religious order or ecclesiastical institution. The path stretching before them remained shrouded in an impenetrable veil of uncertainty. The unforgiving grandeur of the mountains had rigorously tested their physical endurance and unwavering resolve. The encounters within these secluded kingdoms, however, had challenged and expanded their very framework of understanding and perception. Now, as they methodically followed the course of the winding river that flowed inexorably toward the radiant promise of the rising sun, the knights perceived the profound spiritual weight of their quest growing ever more substantial. For the deeper they ventured into these distant lands, the more a singular, transformative realization dawned upon them. The sacred Grail was not merely a physical object to be located and possessed. It was, rather, a profound spiritual concept to be thoroughly comprehended, and perhaps ultimately, a deeply personal truth to be entirely surrendered to. The arduous pathway constricted further as the Templars resolutely forged ahead, penetrating ever deeper into the enigmatic expanse of the east, where the colossal mountain ranges ascended majestically, resembling ancient, silent guardians whose towering peaks were frequently enshrouded and lost within ethereal veils of pristine snow and swirling clouds. Every single step forward on this increasingly treacherous terrain exacted a profound act of surrender, a surrender of vital breath, of dwindling physical strength, and even of their fundamental certainties. Their sturdy horses began to falter under the strain, and their meticulously rationed provisions steadily diminished. Yet, despite these accumulating hardships, the determined knights persevered, propelled forward less by the precise directives of their outdated maps, and more by the ethereal guidance of fleeting whispers, vivid dreams, and the scattered fragments of prophecy they had meticulously collected throughout their extensive peregrination. The elusive relic, whether conceived as a tangible object or an abstract truth, perpetually seemed to hover just beyond their grasp, drawing them relentlessly higher into rarefied realms where the very atmosphere thinned perceptibly and the familiar world below gradually vanished from sight. During the frigid nights, they established their temporary encampments beneath a vast canopy of stars that blazed with an intense, crystalline brilliance, akin to countless icy torches piercing the profound darkness. The familiar patterns of the constellations, while retaining a semblance of recognition, appeared subtly altered, as if they had indeed traversed into an entirely distinct celestial sphere. Several of the weary knights solemnly swore they perceived distinct symbolic shapes: the hallowed chalice, the formidable sword, and the gentle dove, intricately etched among the dazzling celestial bodies, forming ethereal signs that seemed to directly reflect the tumultuous inner struggles and spiritual quandaries of their own souls. A pervasive question hung in the thin, cold air. Were these profound manifestations genuine revelations from the divine, or merely hallucinatory visions conjured by the extreme physical exhaustion and the biting cold? No one among them could definitively ascertain the truth, yet the sheer power and symbolic resonance of these nightly spectacles inexorably propelled them onward in their relentless journey. Their arduous route led them past the haunting remains of ancient, ruined monasteries, their venerable stones partially entombed by the destructive force of past avalanches, places where devout monks had once tirelessly chanted sacred incantations to repel the malevolent demons of ice and storm. Within the crumbling confines of one such desolate ruin, they made a remarkable discovery, a vibrant mural miraculously preserved and still largely intact. It depicted a solemn circle of figures reverently gathered around a luminous, ethereal vessel. This vessel, however, was neither a conventional cup nor a precious jewel, but rather a pulsating sphere of pure light, rendered in artistic strokes that seemed to shimmer and glow with an otherworldly radiance, defying the dimming effects of centuries of frost and neglect. The Templars paused, lingering in silent contemplation before this profound image, their usual martial bearing replaced by a deep sense of humility. For the very first time, a revolutionary thought stirred within the minds of some. Perhaps their arduous, protracted pilgrimage had always been predestined to bring them to this precise location, not with the objective of asserting physical possession over a tangible relic, but rather to be fundamentally transformed and enlightened by the profound spiritual concept that the relic represented. Several days subsequently, as they strenuously ascended a perilous, narrow mountain pass, a ferocious storm erupted with terrifying suddenness, offering no prior intimation of its impending fury. The snow began to fall with such extraordinary density and relentless force that the entire visible world was rapidly obliterated, swallowed whole by an overwhelming, disorienting expanse of pure whiteness. The experienced knights, employing their disciplined training, secured themselves together with stout ropes, compelled to press onward blindly through the tempest. Amidst the deafening shriek of the howling wind, one knight solemnly swore he perceived ethereal voices chanting in a language that sounded far more ancient than even their venerable Latin. Another asserted that he distinctly saw spectral figures moving alongside them, cloaked in an unearthly light, their countenances obscured by veils. Were these spectral apparitions revered saints, long-departed ancestors, or merely the cruel, hallucinatory illusions conjured by the onset of severe frostbite and exhaustion? None could offer a definitive answer. Yet miraculously, the connecting ropes endured the strain, and with unwavering resolve, they ascended through the heart of the tempest, one painstaking step at a time, until, as abruptly as it had commenced, the impenetrable mass of storm clouds dramatically parted. Unveiled before their astonished gaze lay an expansive plateau, miraculously untouched by the recent snowfall, yet paradoxically bathed in a gentle, ethereal, golden luminescence, even as the sky above remained cloaked in darkness. At the precise heart of this extraordinary expanse, a solitary, enigmatic structure rose majestically, presenting an architectural fusion that was simultaneously half sacred temple and half formidable fortress. Its ancient walls were intricately carved with a myriad of symbols, seamlessly blending iconographies from both the distant East and their familiar West. Here, the revered Christian crosses were elegantly intertwined with delicate lotus petals, while celestial stars mingled harmoniously with powerful, coiled dragons. It appeared as though the collective wisdom and artistic expressions of all known faiths and spiritual traditions had somehow converged and conspired to indelibly imprint their timeless mark upon these hallowed stones, creating a universal testament to shared spiritual seeking. Within the hallowed confines of the structure, an absolute and profound silence held dominion, unbroken by any earthly sound. The knights proceeded cautiously through a series of chambers, their path illuminated solely by slender fissures in the ancient stone walls, through which brilliant shafts of sunlight sliced the pervasive darkness like incandescent spears of fire. Upon reaching the innermost sanctum, they discovered not the anticipated chalice, nor any precious jewel, nor indeed any conventional relic imbued with overt power. Instead, positioned upon a remarkably simple altar, lay a mirror. Its surface, though visibly dulled and tarnished by the inexorable march of ages, and framed within unadorned iron, nevertheless began to subtly reflect the solemn countenances of the knights as they drew near. They fixed their gaze intently into its depths, and what they perceived was not merely their own physical reflections, but an overwhelming cascade of vivid memories. The sacred oaths they had solemnly sworn in the hallowed chapels of France, the devastating flames that had consumed their martyred brothers, the mighty fleets that had inexplicably vanished into the boundless sea. They witnessed desolate battlefields strewn with the discarded remnants of armor, priceless treasures meticulously hidden within the labyrinthine catacombs, kings engaged in furtive whispers of betrayal, and pontiffs sealing momentous decrees. And then, transcending all these specific historical recollections, they perceived a boundless, formless light, moving with an ethereal grace through the currents of time, much like an intricate thread that seamlessly wove together the diverse tapestry of all faiths and all earthly kingdoms into one magnificent yet unseen cosmic design. Under the profound weight of this revelation, one knight spontaneously collapsed to his knees, his entire frame visibly trembling with a mixture of awe and terror. Another, overwhelmed by the raw emotion of the moment, openly wept, his tears tracing paths down a dust-streaked face. A third, unable to withstand the stark, unvarnished truths revealed by the mirror, recoiled and turned his gaze away, finding the intensity of the experience unbearable. For within the mirror's profound depths, each man was confronted not merely with the sweeping, often tragic history of the Knights Templar, but also with the stark, unvarnished reality of his own individual soul laid bare in its entirety. Outside, the tempest that had momentarily abated now erupted once more with renewed ferocity, its violent gusts and heavy snow shaking the very foundations of the ancient temple. Yet, amidst this external tumult, the mirror, the silent conduit of such profound truths, remained steadfast and unbroken. With a deliberate and solemn grace, slowly, one after another, the knights began to place their formidable weapons upon the simple altar. The sharp, metallic clatter of their swords against the ancient stone resonated softly through the sanctum, while their heavy shields were gently leaned against the rough-hewn wall. In the overwhelming presence of the profound truth they had now come to grasp, the The cold iron of their armaments suddenly seemed hollow and utterly insignificant, and their long-held, sacred vows appeared surprisingly limited and too narrowly defined. No booming divine voice spoke from the heavens, nor did any celestial hand descend to offer a tangible sign. Yet, within that deep, resonant silence, the knights understood with an absolute certainty that their arduous, transformative journey had at last reached its ultimate spiritual summit. The Grail, they now realized, was not a mere physical object to be diligently guarded, surreptitiously stolen, or perpetually hidden away. It was, instead, an intrinsic, living truth, carried deep within the heart of every individual, patiently awaiting its awakening and recognition in any land, expressed through any tongue, and cherished within any human heart that was open to its profound embrace. With the break of day, the enigmatic company departed the consecrated temple, their exit marked by a profound quietude. Behind them, the colossal edifice appeared to merge seamlessly with the very rock of the mountain, as if its presence had been an ephemeral illusion. Before them, an expansive vista unfurled, uncharted territories, pathways yet to be trodden. Nevertheless, not a single individual voiced an inquiry concerning their subsequent destination. The arduous ascent had reached its conclusion. What now lay ahead was the inevitable descent into the annals of history, into the realm of timeless legend. Far beneath their elevated vantage point, the terrestrial world remained embroiled in ceaseless disputes concerning dominion, material wealth, and the symbols of regal authority. Yet, high amidst the rarefied air of the peaks, the Templars had, it seemed, encountered an enduring verity. And although no European chronicler would ever commit this ultimate peregrination to parchment, its subtle resonance lingered in hushed tones, in esoteric emblems, and in narratives that infiltrated subtly into every cultural tapestry, every mythological framework, until their origins became utterly indistinguishable. The knights pressed onward, not as ardent seekers of hallowed artifacts, but as vigilant custodians of a profound stillness. The passage of time unfurled with the gentle grace of diaphanous shrouds drifting across an obscured visage, and with it, the collective memory of the Templars' sojourn in Asia attenuated into mere conjecture and hearsay. Monarchs across the European continent vehemently denounced them as apostates, and solemn papal decrees sought to obliterate their very appellation from official memory. Yet, in the distant reaches of the Orient, tenuous strands of their peregrinations stubbornly persisted. Merchants guiding their desert caravans recounted encounters with mail-clad figures who traversed the desolate landscapes without bearing any discernible banners. Ascetic monks in remote monasteries murmured about enigmatic, light-skinned combatants who bowed before shrines not traditionally associated with their own faith. Seafaring individuals, in turn, carried tales of chivalric knights who mysteriously disappeared into insular territories that no existing navigational chart would dare to delineate. What had originated as an austere martial fraternity ultimately culminated, within these circulating narratives, as an entity considerably more enigmatic. Silent seekers who bore no national standard, pledged no conventional allegiance, but carried instead a solemn charge of reticence. Their sacred relics, should any have miraculously endured the ravages of time, remained perpetually concealed from public veneration. Their arcane codes of conduct, if still articulated, attenuated into subtle pantomime into cryptic symbols meticulously incised upon ancient stone, or into reverent supplications left half-finished within the hallowed confines of forgotten chapels. To the vast majority, their departure was absolute. Yet, to the discerning few who meticulously observed the intricate patterns of historical progression with the same unwavering scrutiny one applies to celestial cartography, the Templars were never truly absent. They transmuted into a subtle influence that directed from behind the veil of perception, navigating the currents of destiny without imprinting any discernible trace, preserving profound truths without ever laying claim to them. Among the most persisting murmurings was an ancient prophecy, a cryptic utterance reputedly articulated by a mortally wounded chevalier illuminated by the slender arc of a nascent moon. It foretold of an epoch when the geopolitical entities of East and West would once more stand at the precipice of systemic disintegration, when vast empires would succumb to the oppressive burden of their self-proclaimed sovereignty, and when humanity would seek not material opulence or vainglorious acclaim, but rather the very essence of existential purpose. On that fated night, the prophecy declared, the sacred vessel would manifest not as a tangible goblet, nor as an antiquated artifact, but as an ineffable verity too profound for any regal authority to claim dominion over. It would appear wherever there was profound quietude, wherever individuals dedicated to profound inquiry gathered without fear of ecclesiastical dogma or monarchical decree. And so the epochs unfolded with relentless momentum. Holy wars ceded their dominion to nascent monarchies, which in turn gave way to organized nations, and these nations eventually expanded into sprawling empires. Vast repositories of knowledge were consumed by conflagration. Ancient sanctuaries crumbled into ruin, and yet, across the continents, subtle vestiges stubbornly persisted. A stellar emblem meticulously incised into the ancient stone of a remote Tibetan cloister. A formidable blade secreted within the subterranean labyrinth of Parisian catacombs, its polished surface adorned with intricate oriental script. A ship's log from Portugal describing a maritime fraternity whose members pledged their solemn allegiance to an undisclosed objective. All such disparate phenomena were routinely relegated to the realm of mere fortuitous occurrences. Yet, when considered collectively, they formed an elaborate mosaic too complex and interconnected to be rationally gainsaid. Ecclesiastical authorities meticulously compiled their official annals. Regal personages erected their grandiose memorials to power. Yet, within the unspoken interstices of those recorded narratives, the Brotherhood maintained its vigilant, unseen presence. Perhaps they never truly abandoned the sanctity of the mountains. Perhaps they walked, imperceptible, into the heart of bustling villages. Perhaps they traversed vast oceans to disseminate their prescient pronouncements across virgin territories. No historical scribe possesses the certitude to ascertain their precise movements. What is known, however, is only this immutable fact. Wherever individuals dedicated to profound inquiry have convened in clandestine assembly, wherever esoteric wisdom has been assiduously safeguarded at considerable personal sacrifice, an enigmatic penumbra has invariably loomed at the threshold. Some assert it is the spectral presence of a night. Others maintain it is simply the resounding reverberation of a verity too perilous to articulate openly. And tonight, as this intricate narrative approaches its culmination, the fundamental enigma persists. Did the Templars simply dissipate into the Asian continent, transporting their profound arcana beyond the grasp of scrutiny? Or did they bequeath to the world a prescient pronouncement that patiently anticipates the receptivity of attentive ears? Perhaps the ultimate elucidation lies not amidst crumbling ruins, nor within hallowed artifacts, but rather within the interstitial quietude separating each respiration, within the profound tranquility that envelops when the clamor of worldly affairs recedes into the background. For there, in that sacred stillness, an archaic resonance yet murmurs. It is a whisper that monarchs proved incapable of quelling, pontiffs powerless to obliterate, and temporal progression itself unable to enter. A whisper that serves as a poignant reminder that some verities are not intended for proprietorship, but rather for custodianship and transmission. And so the presage endures akin to a luminary flickering within a derelict sanctuary, unobserved yet undiminished, anticipating the advent of its renewed exigency. And so, the profound tale of the Templars in Asia recedes into profound quietude. Their maritime vessels have long since foundered beneath abyssal depths. Their once impregnable bastions have disintegrated into fine particulate matter. Their very appellations have been expunged from official documents and royal mandates. Yet, the resonance of their peregrinations yet persists. Not in the tumultuous din of martial engagements or the boisterous collision of sovereign ambitions, but in the serene locales, the soaring peaks, the arid expanses, the interstitial quietude connecting disparate realms. As one closes their eyes, let the rhythmic cadence of their odyssey transmute into tranquility. Imagine the gentle descent of snowflakes upon desecrated sanctuaries, the ethereal currents conveying vestiges of unremembered supplications, the celestial luminaries orbiting mutely above territories once traversed by chivalric figures. Breathe deeply, and with each inhalation and exhalation, let the burden of their enigmatic legacy recede into the ether until only serenity obtains. For in the ultimate analysis, the Brotherhood's most profound arcana resided not in material wealth, nor hallowed artifact, nor prescient declaration, but in the poignant admonition that every expedition ultimately culminates in profound quietude. And in silence we find